many years have come and gone since that day? How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called the Warrior of Light. What sayest thou, Master Matoya? We may accept this fate, or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
Deny? I am not wont to run from my troubles. Until our friend returns, I will hold the line.
This town certainly has changed, and not at all for the better. I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Minfilia.
This tragedy, greater even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone. If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten.
You must.
Yeah, I've been getting some rest in. Let me do your shout out now. It's pretty much over with the cinematic.
Of darkness.
There you go. Yeah, everything's going good. Kind of getting good rest. I don't always get the best rest because I'm so, insomniac type. But it is what it is, you know? Oh, no problem. Finally made it to Shadowbringers. It's supposedly one of the best expansions that they have for this game, so... I hear differing opinions. Some people say Endwalker, which is the expansion after the one I'm currently working through. But a lot of people say Shadowbringers, which is the one I'm on. This world is dying, and we're supposed to save it in order to save ours. So we will see where it goes. Glad to see you, though. I'm on a little sooner than I usually am. Are you going to go to sleep soon? Let's see. Sign up for front lines while I go start story. It's the only daily I have left to do. Alright. Main scenario time. Back off to Novrant. Novrant? Yeah, I can't stay up as late as I have been, but, you know, it's because I gotta work tomorrow, but... So yeah, we're gonna pick up all the quests now and start working our way through all this. Let's see. Worm food! The rumbling of this flea-bitten scavenger's stomach echoes through Mord's Sock. A traveler, eh? Nice life if you can get it. Me? I'm working for Till. Heartless bastard gives me a weekly quotas. I meet them, I get paid. If not, I get nothing. That's usually how work likes to go. Yeah, sure. Says I'm already following you. Right. Not much incentive to go above the quota, but just meeting it's got me run ragged. Still, I'm in no position to complain. Anything beats starving to death. Thing is, I'm down to my last couple of gil, and I won't survive another week if I don't meet the quota. To make things worse, I've hit a dry spell, and there's no chance of making it in time. But if I can distract them with a few sand wrigglers, his favorite snack, he might let me off the hook. Please help me look for some. I beg you. Thank you, friend. I knew you weren't the sort to ignore the pleas of a desperate man. Anyway, we best be off. I'll see you outside. Hungry again already. You have a strong stomach, friend, but I wouldn't eat those. The most succulent of succulents. Bill is looking for an unsuspecting laborer to help him make a quick gill. Sinner, over here. You have seen fruiting gigatenders nearby, yes? Very aggressive they are. We Mord stay away from them, but someone like you, yes, I have an idea. You are healthy, strong. I have a favor to ask. Bring me big chunks of their flesh. Go east from here, and you will find them, or they will find you. You shall be rewarded if you do as I say. Quickly now. Uh-huh. Will I be rewarded? Sounds like a trap. Let's see. What we got here? Hands off! That water is for Mill's foot bath, unless you have coin or barter. Oh, you work for Cassard? Mul has his antiques all boxed up and ready for transport. Cassard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? Copper ore? Yes, wait, no. Are you sure? I don't seem to have any on hand. Guess it ain't that one. I wasn't paying attention. And let's try iron. Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Well, thank you. You don't get it right the first time? Try it again. Try again. Molly coddled Mord. Gingin's son could use a helping hand wherever he is. What's taking him so long? Who, you ask? It's my little one. He has gone on his first errand to the Red Sarar, and I am worried sick about him. Anything could have happened. It is hot and dry, and there are Ginga tenders that might try to squish him. I must do what I can to see he arrives safely, but he would be so embarrassed if he knew I had been helping. Maybe you could do it. Yes, that would work. Do you know the long bridge northeast from here? It is. Take this regular powder and scatter it on the big rock on the side of the ravine, and maybe a bit more further up the road. Why, you ask? Simple. We more use aromas like this to wake us up when we are sleepy or tired. Once my son smells this, he will have no trouble reaching the Red Sarari. Oh, and could you give this letter to Thymoth? I know it is a lot to ask, but if anything were to happen to my son, I would never forgive myself. A shiver down the spine. Errata skittish Mord is at his wit's end and might be glad of a helping hand. You there, kind traveler, strong traveler, the younglings are in danger. Big scary creatures, they look hungry too. Please, you must hurry to Selmay's backbone east from here quickly, there is no time. Yay, my front line. Okay, that's my last daily for the day. PvP at its most chaotic. Let's do it! I don't know this one. It looks like Reunion. Or the Azim Step. Yeah, that's what this looks like. Hey, Gorby, how's it going out there? Any orders? Was I supposed to do some? Ah. Well, hopefully it's not dead. Hopefully it's not dead out there. Or it won't stay dead. That should be the better term. It's also 2 o'clock. It's not the busiest time. Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! Yeah, I wasn't quite sure if they were spamming or not. I don't exactly like it when people like try to force me to follow back. I will eventually, but yeah. Okay, so you follow me. Alright. Hey, Egg Gamer, how's it going? I may give you your shouty ouch. I remember how to do that. Okay. Got my spammers going. What is a pinch? Oh, I'm going good. Doing my last daily, and then I'm going back to Shadowbringer questing, because I just finally got to Shadowbringers late last night. Long overdue. Oh. I died! Oh, okay. That's what a pinch is. Okay, caught it. Oh, and you're welcome, Jalen. So how's it going for you? Are you working today, or are you off, or get plenty of rest, all that good stuff? Dailies are like a really good way to level, so... So, VY, oh, you're resting right now, but everything's good? Are you one of my watchers that are sick? Because I know a lot of my watchers have been sick. So I hope if you are sick, you're getting better. So I just get randomly like put into a slot. It doesn't matter what my grand company is. Is that right, VY? I just fill a slot, I guess. Can you go in with a pre-made group? Not that I see people doing that. Finding 72 people pre-made might be a bit hard. Or do you go in with 8? Man, he ran away like a coward between, like a dog with its legs. I can't talk with like a dog with a tail between its legs. Okay. I just don't like how high the numbers are before you can, like, leave. 1400 Kimber Schulberg. Yay! I actually lived that time. Shockers do happen. Okay, I got another question when I'm done with all this. So, I've got, like, full PvP marks now. What am I supposed to do with these? I got, like, 20,000. I don't know what to do with these. Apparently, I've been collecting them for a while. What is this thing anyway? Oh, okay. Is that why they're fighting over it? And they did a horrible job with that. Do they not understand that you should fight on the flag, maybe? I don't know. I mean, I'm not a hardcore PvPer, but if you don't want them to capture the flag, you kind of don't want to be fighting away from it. Well, they're gonna get that one. You know, some days I get a really great team, and then other days it's like, oh god, it's gonna be one of them. Hey, let my controllers go. What are you doing? No. Well, that didn't work out too well. I think the flames gave up, man. And look at that! They're fighting not on the flag. Why? Yeah, I know. I mean, I know I'm gonna get a level out of it, but still, it's frustrating. It's like, at least try. It's the same people that never want to leave Crystal Tower freaking raids. It's like, come on. Yeah, I ain't giving none of y'all bastards a recommendation. Y'all suck. That's so frustrating. Eh. Okay. Alright. More quests. That was my last daily for the day. Pass the parcel. A flyer for attracting prospective employees catches your eye. Honest pay for honest work. No experience necessarily. Appears to be a job advertisement. Speak with the more taskmaster for details. Well, writing is not your strong suit, people. Huh. Okay. Well, I just did that. Curd leather. Already did that one. Okay. You'll do. Here for work, are we? Good, good. Honest pay for honest work. That's my motto. Your timing could not be better. I have a job for you. Take this package to my client who is outside the village to the south. Mordfellow, you will know him when you see him. Probably. Now listen carefully. You must not peek inside, no matter what. Is that clear? Good. Now off you go. Okay, no peeking. Got it. No peeking. Oh, the knuckleheads? Yeah. Yeah, because World of Warcraft PvP is the same way. It's like, let's not fight on the flag. Let's just go taking off into the freaking, you know, in the water and go fight over there somewhere or on the roads. And I'm like, seriously, that's not the checkpoints. Or, like, nobody runs with the flag carrier. Everybody wants to go fight their own battles and the flag carrier is left on their own. Gotta love that. I love the ones where it's a all-out war, you know, trying to get the flag carrier down. Everybody's with their flag carriers, and you got to plan out how you're going to get your flag back. You know, it's really good. Those are awesome. Now, you might be wondering how we can coax the little buggers out of hiding. With explosives, of course. They're supposed to come crawling in droves whenever there's an earthquake, so we'll make one of our own. I'll head east, so you go south. Let's meet back here once we've caught a few of the slimy sods. Or we're supposed to catch something, apparently. So there's something shout up at us down there. Ah, there's the parcel getter. You guys really... Hey, I knew this was a trap! I mean, how many times did I have to deal with this in my world? Let's go outside the gates. I haven't even thought about that. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm leveling everything still, gotta be nice to pick something once I get everything leveled. I do love Ninja. It is a really good class. Probably the best for PvP. It's just like rogues. You were not supposed to fight back. Not fair, not fair. Our job was to steal the package, not to hurt anyone, I swear. Ask the Taskmaster. Yes, he will tell you everything. Oh, so you were told to steal from me? Well. You bratty bastards. Bombs. Okay. Ooh. So they don't call him an adamantoise anymore, it's a Tolva now? Oh, those are Giga Tenders. You know, that cinematic is very cool because it's like he's trying out and changing through his different classes and stuff. And he's struggling. He's getting his butt kicked. And then he switches over to Dark Knight. And then he just totally annihilates that thing. Oh, thanks, Cryo. How's it going? I saw your 7 days until dead or dead for 7 days. What was the name of that stream? How's it going, Cryo? Let me do your shouty out. Oh, and thank you for the biddies. Thank you, thank you.
Oh shit. Oh my god, they're off.
Are they here?
No, I didn't mean to pull that.
Fuck you. Jesus. Non-stop sweat move, wrist move.
Yeah.
I could probably take that. How is your stream going? Are you still streaming? I think I saw you a little bit ago. Are you still streaming? No, you're not. How did your stream go? Is it 7 days to die or 7 days to die, or what's the name of that game? I don't know much about it, except it's got die in it somewhere. Oh, where's my chocobo? Why am I fighting without my chocobo? My poor chocobo, I'm sorry. Come on out and play. I don't like it when it's hard to see something due to line of sight issues. Do not eat me. More for very hard to swallow. I hear. Tickle your belly at will. What? Tickle your belly. Oh, doubt. I gotta doubt him. Okay. Alright, doubt him. Didn't work. Great Summit, we are truly sorry. Hey, will it? I can't spell. I never thought I would be so happy to not be dead. Many thanks, stranger. I didn't even spell that right. But hey, apparently you can misspell things. It's okay. I'm starting to wonder if you're still here, Cryo, if you got any sleep yourself last night, because you got off really late last night. Currently watching the toddler. She's shaking my drinks to death. I'm supposed to go here. Molly coddled Mord. All right. I'm so sleepy still. I don't know if I got the music too low. For those that are... BY, is the music in the background too low? Do I need to turn it up a little bit compared to my voice or what? I guess I should ask if it's too low. Okay, cool. But sometimes it's blasting in my ears and I can't deal with it. Gives me a headache. What's that? Something for me? From Gingin, eh? Something, something, my boy, something, something, hard worker. Gods, his handwriting is abysmal, but I think I get the gist of it. Seems like he's gone out of his way to help his son, though it's probably a bit unnecessary. From what I've seen, he's quite capable of taking care of himself without being mollycoddled. Having said that, it's hard not to be moved by this gesture of his. I know that family means a lot to the Mord, more than we give them credit for sometimes. I'll see his son gets fair treatment, don't you worry. And it only seems right that you be rewarded for your hard work in maintaining relations between us and the Mord. Here, this is for you. Ooh, more gear. I felt your presence. Thamuth gazes wistfully into the distance, his thoughts malms away. That Gingin worries about his son more than is healthy, for either of them, but perhaps I'm not so different. I had to leave my daughter behind in the Crystarium while I oversee trade with Mordsock, and I've not been back for some time. I like to send her a gift to let her know we haven't forgotten about her. Only thing is, I've no idea what young women are interested in these days. I ask the others, but I don't want them to think I'm doting on her. I got some for you. Here. Oh, I do have something. Give me a second. Let me raise it. Hold on. I got something. Somewhere. Play to the music. Let's do that. Welcome to the channel. And my favorites. You are awesome. So, I know how it goes. Okay. I was wondering if you could find out for me. Laura over there has a daughter about the same age as mine. I expect she'll know what would make for a decent present. A gift for a young lady, let me guess. Thamos sent you to ask me, didn't he? We all know how much he misses that girl of his. He tries to put on a brave face, but deep down he's a big softy. Anyway, in answer to your question, the Mord make those most beautiful jewelry from precious stones of valuable relics excavated here in Amarong. I'll bet you don't see many of those around in Crystarium. How about something like that? More jewelry, I'll admit, that never would have occurred to me, but it's a fine choice. From what I recall, Gingin deals in wares like that. If I write a letter to him, would you be so kind as to deliver it to Mordsog? I'll leave the particulars to him, since I don't know the first thing about gems and whatnot. Oh, and by the way, you don't suppose Laurette cottoned on, do you? Oh yeah, she knew. She knew. Bloody hells, nothing gets past her. I might as well ask her myself next time, but I appreciate your help. Funny. Oh yeah, that's search for Alpha Node. I'm not doing that one yet. Guess I could just teleport you back. Oh, I'm supposed to be working off the meal. Okay. What the heck did I eat that I got so full? Antiques? Hey, no touching. That merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Cassard sent you? Well, why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no. No, no. Nabatharong relics, wasn't it? All packed in that box there. Handled with care. You didn't ask me a question, either. Till. Zen. What the heck am I looking for? Mordsog Guard. I'm supposed to be looking for something. I just don't know what I'm looking for. Bun? Chest of perishables. Wait, what? No. This is Bun's private worm stash, not for sale. Okay, I guess worms are not for sale. not that. You have it? Show me, show me. Okay. You have done well. Very well. This is not for the morn mouse. No, a fine price this will fetch, though. Sinners like you enjoy the flesh of the little ones. The big ones, not so much. Yes, little ones are good for selling, but hard to catch. Hard to kill, but not so difficult for you, it seems. Here, take these shinies. Oh, I like shinies. I like money. Flea bitten scavenger? That means you got fleas. I shouldn't get too close. I take it the regulars were feeling cooperative. How did you find so many? Some people have all the luck. Anyway, let's go and see if this is enough to persuade that old Kerma dungeon. All goes well, there might even be something in it for you too. Is there a problem? Still looking for the client, are we? He seems to be hiding something. Use the doubt emote to ring the truth for him. Okay. Doubt. I'm gonna point my finger at you. No, stop. I can explain. I promise I can explain. The truth is, there is no client, and the package is full of nothing but rocks. Not expensive ones either, just rocks. What? Bad. Bad, Kobold. I hired people to deliver the parcel and another group of thugs to steal it. When they return to me empty-handed, I demand compensation for the loss of my wares. No blood spilled, just coin changing hands, that is all. Ooh, you dirty little rat. Please, boss, no more. This is too complicated, too dangerous. You're right, there must be easier ways to make money. Yeah! It's called I won't kill you if you follow the law. Jack has a code. You don't steal from your peoples. We need something that requires less effort, less risk. Kind traveler, will you accept this as an apology? And maybe no one needs to know about this, yes? I'm going to tell everybody. I know it ain't that. Ah, I bet it is that Stack Kramer Armaments. Oh, welcome back. I take it everything went well with Thamoth? Yeah, here's this. A letter, huh? Jewelry, daughter Crystarium. I see. Yes, I know just the thing. The scavengers have found some nice necklaces we can use. Old but shiny. I'll have it ready in a jiffy, then my son can take care of the delivery. Before I can forget, please accept this as payment for all of your hard work. You have certainly earned it. You did it! These two have a lot to answer for, though. You see, those bones once belonged to a mighty Samiel, whose ghost still roams the plains. A lot of silly younglings go there to prove their bravery, but there are things much more dangerous than wandering spirits, oh yes. I wish it was a ghost we had met instead of those horrible brutes. We will not be going back there anytime soon. Speak for yourself. I was hoping to meet with the great Samiel, so I want to try again, and I will not have the others calling me a coward for running away. To tell the truth, I did exactly the same thing when I was their age. It's something of a tradition. This is one of the ways we learn to fear and respect the desert, but also how we find the courage to face its many dangers. Though on this occasion, I think we would be two younglings short of a village were it not for you. More salt, thanks you, traveler. If you're handling Kasar's portal work, you've come to the wrong place. He has no outstanding orders with my shop. Okay, it's not you. Where is this? Eh. Hey Blade, what's up? Did you change your icon again? Oh wait, no, that's an emote. How's it going? Let me actually... Yeah, I didn't see you streaming. You came in with Carsard. Yes, good, good. I can finally stop thinking about that stack. Please take your prickly purchase. I finally made it into Shadowbringers. Yay. I had a bit of a setback and... Pitiful, spare me your excuses. You failed me for the last time. Wait, I brought these for you. For me? Oh, you're too kind. So juicy, so wriggly. Yes, yes, very nice. I never knew you had such talents. Very well. I'm willing to overlook the quota on this occasion. You're good? That's good. I'm glad. Thank you, boss. If that's all, I'll be off. Stop! These sand wrigglers are a lot more pleasing than the usual junk you bring me. From now on, you are my chief worm collector. Consider it a promotion. Some rates, of course. Hey, Dakayo! How's it going? Suddenly pineapples. Oh, I love pineapples, too. They're good. I don't know about that, but then again, I don't know anything past Shadowbringer. I don't know anything past this, actually, at all. So, Shadowbringers is brand new to me. You need a diaper change. You got your froggy?
What's happening?
Just chilling after a good old boss rush on Core Keeper.
You
Okay.
never get away from me, boy!
You're funny. I like your clips. I like watching people's clips. They're funny. You want to see the warrior like killing Xenos' father? So do I. He's kind of spineless. And a freaking genocidal maniac. Let's just blow up the world so we can reunite everybody just so I can kill the Ascians. Okay, so mass murder is going to justify killing the Ascians. Got it. Oh, no, wait, no. Killing the Ascians is going to justify mass murder. Okay. Been 10 years for that. Okay. Not what I had in mind. Beats being penniless, I suppose. I don't know how I'll fare on my own, but I appreciate you helping me tonight. Okay, before I grab this quest, I gotta change the baby. She got a dirty and stinky dirty, so she'll hop in my lap. So I apologize. I will be right back. Your drink. Okay, sorry about that. I had to give her a diaper change. Now she's happy. Got her some chocolate milk and she's just good to go. Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. Well, it took me a bit, but yeah. Aye, that's the lot, all right. Good work. And quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you'd wanted to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Nope. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you return, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. That's hard. It feels like an age since I last saw you. Oh, she's a cutie. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This lady was on her way to meet with Alize. I'm supposed to be taking her to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alize has told me so much about you. You're Knight, aren't you? I knew it! How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alize quite well since she's took up guard duties here. I need to learn how to read. Do you want me to take over as Knight's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed up for the road, so it would be no trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarong, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. That one. Tesleen is eager to set off. Alize has been desperate to see you, Knight, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. And we got this blue quest. I bet you it is a flying quest. Yep, flying quest. Genjin is fidgeting even more than usual. Greetings, friends. You like helping people, yes? Maybe you can help me too. Ads start in 1 minute on Twitch, but my ads only last 30 seconds. So, they don't go a full 3 minutes anymore because I hate that. You see, my son Gungun makes me very proud, but very worried. He works very hard, too hard for his own good. He follows orders, yes, follows them until someone tells him to stop. This is very dangerous, bad for his health. I need you to speak to him, persuade him to rest. He should be near the Red Sarai, probably leaving no stone unturned in his search for relics. Please tell him his father orders him to stop. Okay. Gotta go all the way back up there. It's warm outside today. Wonder how warm it is today. You know, somebody tried to do that when I was in high school. Because I was a straight A student, and, you know, the bullies wanted my, you know, my answers and stuff. And rather than argue and fight with them, I would intentionally write something down on my paperwork, let them write it down, and then I change my answer before the test was over. They get zeros and I get 100s. It worked out. I wasn't stupid. It's kind of like the Buffy show, you know. It's like, how do I hit send or complete? And then you know, Willow will go deliver, and she'd hit the delete button and delete our homework. It was awesome. Search the nooks, search the crannies, search high, search low. Oh, sorry, I did not see you there. Are you lost? Father says I must rest. That will not do. No, no, I will stop, but not yet. I need something to show for my efforts. All this scrabbling, all this searching, and still no shinies. You came here to tell me to stop, but if I refuse, your job will not be finished, will it? That will not do either. Wait, I have an idea. If you help me find shinies, my job will be over. Your job will be over, and I can rest. Simple? Yes. I like his simplicity. He's cute. Look under that rubble and find whatever there is to be found. Maybe it will be valuable, maybe not. Either way, let us keep searching until we get at least one shiny. So we're looking for shinies. You search, fails to yield any shinies. Hey, what level is my... he's almost level 14. Your search fails to yield any shinies. You find a signet ring. Okay. We found a ring. What did you find? Not more rubble, I hope. Oh, this looks very special. Such pretty patterns. I have never seen one like this before. But how much is it worth? I'm an expert in finding shinies, not a historian. Perhaps we should ask someone. Once we sell it, we will divide the profits between us. We worked as a team, so half for you, half for me. Fair is fair. Aw, he's so sweet. I like him. More to the ring. It's like Lord of the Ring, but with an M? Gun is thrilled by the signet ring you have discovered. Such a pretty ring, almost too precious to sell. Almost. We will ask a friend of my father's how much it is worth. He is a good man. We can trust him. Well, as much as we can trust anyone that my father would call a friend. Ouch. That's not cool. Anyway, let us meet in Mordsog. Once we are done, we can discuss your reward. Well, that's cool. Hey, only thing sweeter than a handful of shinies is a purse full of jinglies. These guys are funny. Very close he is, this way. Unscrupulous traitor? What have you got for me tonight? I am not sure, but it is a very lovely shiny. Here, take a look. Let me see. My word, this is exquisite. Judging by the sigil, I say this originates from Nabatharang. You'll need to find an expert in that period to ascertain its true value, though. You mean you do not know? Sorry, Gungun, but the chap with the cart near the south gate might be able to help. White hair, smells of cabbage? Then we shall ask him. Thank you for your kind advice. Smells like cabbage, eh? He should be easy to find in that case. So we're looking for Cabbage Head. Cabbage smelling man. I love egg rolls with cabbage in it. May I help you? Please tell us what this old ring is worth. Oh ho, I have not seen one of these in a very long time. Well, what is it? This is no simple ring. See that sigil? Used to seal letters, it was. The owner must have been someone quite important. But you best speak with Jamil if you want to know who it belonged to. If you want to know about crest and such, he's the one to ask. Not again. I just want my jinglies. My jinglies! Hopefully Jamil will be the last one we have to ask. Yeah, BY, I wasn't the one to steal homework from. You get all the wrong answers. And then you couldn't say anything about it to the teacher, because then you'd have to explain why all of it was wrong. You know, but a few zeros will kind of make you want to do your own work or beat up the one that tricked you. But hey, if I was going to get into a fight, I was going to make it well worth it. Now, what could you two spry younglings need from an old man like me? We want to know how much we can get for this signet ring. Please tell us. The suspense is killing me. Where did you get this? It belonged to a Malik of Nabatharang. Oh, that sounds very valuable indeed. So how much? To a historian, it is priceless. In all likelihood, there is only one such ring in existence. Though I'm afraid that to the layman, unversed in ancient sigils, it is worth no more than any other sigil of a similar age. Anyone in Nabatharang with even a modicum of wealth would have had one bearing their mark. So it is priceless, but also not worth very much. I am confused. It looks like we will not be rolling in riches after all. I am very sorry to have dragged you around Mordstock for nothing. But as we always say, no such thing as a thing no one needs. And hard work is its own reward. Something like that anyway? So it looks like I work for free again. Story of my life. When am I not working for free? While your coin purse may be no heavier than before, you have learned an important lesson. At least I think so. You just gave me money right there. Or that's the system. That's the system. That's the system. It'll give me money no matter what. Okay, so it ain't completely for free. Naboth breakdown. Gungun is finally ready to obey his father's orders to take a well-earned rest. Now that business with the ring is over, I should rest, as I said I would. Then your promise to my father will be fulfilled. Actually, there is something I should like to discuss with you. I'm in no rush, however, so let us speak again after your repose. My curiosity, it is piqued. Please, you must tell me now. I can rest while I listen. Oh, well, if you insist. That is not resting. You should rest your mind, too. You better not have another stinky. I'm looking. Pinch that booty. Pinch. Pinch. I'm gonna tickle that feet. Tickle. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Get out of my chair! Ow! She just dumped French onion dip all over my floor. I had to clean that up. I'm sorry. I would like you to help me search for more relics from Nabath-Arang. If my suspicions are correct, I know where many such artifacts are waiting to be uncovered. I base this claim on my knowledge of the route chosen by the Moloch when he led the people's exodus from the Flood of Light. Although many tried to take their most prized possessions with them, it soon became apparent that such burdens would only hinder their escape. Each household discarded their personal treasures one piece at a time. By following the exact path traveled from Nabath-Arang, we would be able to unearth many more priceless treasures. What say you? Will you lend me your aid? Of course, and now that I have finished resting, I'm ready to start digging. You are quite sure? I am. Now you should come too. You have already found one of these shinies. Maybe you can find some more. You will be amply remunerated for your efforts, even if there are no profits to be made from the sale of the items themselves. I too am a proponent of the motto honest pay for honest work. We should go before my father tries to stop me. Honestly, there is no such thing as working too hard. Oh wait, where are we going? The first location is to the east of the inn at Journey's Head. Allow me to lead the way. So this one is a work in progress. It's cool. So it's down there. Cool. Alright, Tesline. I could carry that for you. All set. Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. Can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? I thought you might. Alize was always saying how much you... Oh, I mean, let's get going, shall we? Alize sure talks about me a lot. Hey, you haven't even made it 50 feet and you're already in danger. What the heck, lady? Oh well, that's what I'm here for. That's it? It's a coyote. Oh, I didn't even know I hit 77. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty, and yet hardly a match for you. What? But, really? Astinian and Alpha no, oh, Alpha no likes Astinian? Oh wait, no, like a brother-sister type thing, right? Is that what you mean? That kind of thing? I just want to make sure I'm interpreting your meaning there correctly, because I know a lot of people ship those two together for whatever reason. But yeah, no, I think in the lore book, Alpha Note sees Astinian as an older brother. I'm not sure how Alize sees me, except, you know, she told me not to abandon her, and so I'm looking for her. And yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alize was strong, but in her mind, she was never. That makes sense. Well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. What are you doing? You should give me that fork. Can't have that. I have all the power you want in your hands, but you don't go crazy with it. For someone as hot-headed as Ellie, that's admirable for sure. Yeah, that's true. She's not as bad as Lise. Nowhere even close. I mean, Lise was supposedly getting better. And then she wasn't. Honestly, I just don't like Lise. I've never liked her, and I still don't like her. Alize, I like her. But Lise, no. They made her into a stereotypical blonde that had redheaded tendencies. And blondes are supposed to be really intelligent, but they made her a freaking airhead that can't keep her temper in check. And I was just like, I don't like it. She's literally just standing here in the middle of the desert with that box. Okay, another stereotypical blonde moment. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here, frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. And the reason it irritates me so bad is because I know blondes are supposedly, like, so intelligent, and it just, I don't like it when they're made out to be otherwise. So. Hey, that little thingy is over here, so I'll come grab this. Oh. 351 yalms to the southwest. As I recall, there should be a few artifacts scattered around this area. The first items to be discarded were those of little value or simply too cumbersome to be carried over long distances. However, we can assume that many were buried so that they could be recovered later. Therefore, it seems logical that landmarks such as large outcrops and so forth would be used to indicate their position. Less talking, more digging. I want to find the shinies. You know, why am I doing the digging for you guys? Lots of lovely shinies over here. What have you got? A shield. Oh, a great big shiny. Is this a dinner plate? Jamil, what is this? A heraldic shield. The 5 coins above a castle represent each of the great houses of Namatharang. Coins, is that because they were rich? Precisely, the capital attracted trade from across Novront, and much of the wealth found its way into their coffers. Such a booming economy was not built overnight, however. Although Namatharang was largely established by Humes, the harsh desert environment meant that they had to rely on the aid of neighboring peoples. It was the Mord who taught them how to safely traverse the barren plains, methods for finding sustenance, and much besides. They were also respected partners in matters of commerce. The Nambath owed a great deal to your ancestors, Gungun. I never knew. History is all around us, if we know where to look. Which reminds me, the next location I would like to search is not far from here. This way, if you please. It says southwest, so I have reason to believe that more artifacts are resting beneath these ruins. Please take the utmost care with any that you discover, as some may be fragile. What is that? Nothing but bricks and sand. Have you had any better luck? What is that? A sand cake statue? I know what this is. A decorative Moord's head sculpture. Making these is one of our many traditions. But what is it doing here? We may summarize that it was once kept in the pristine palace of Malik. It once housed tokens of friendship from allied peoples. That the Malik brought such gifts so far from Nabatharang is proof of their cultural significance. However, when the Nabath and the Mord first came into contact, there were many disagreements. I do not understand. We Mord hate arguing. The art of negotiation is another one of our many traditions. Yes, I dare say that was a decisive factor in these disparate peoples finding common ground. And yet the Mord live on while the Nabath are no more. Hopefully we will uncover yet more valuable insights to the past at our final excavation site. And may I say your work thus far has been nothing short of exemplary. Please save your thanks for when we have finished. There is much still to be done, more treasures to be found. Semi-auto Malik. Gungun can barely contain his excitement at the prospect of yet more digging. I want to dig, dig, dig! Where is the next spot, Jamil? West from here, close to the Nabath Severance? And what are we waiting for? Must hurry, must hurry! You know, these guys are so much nicer than the Source counterparts. It's gotta be over here. Oh, there it is. I see it, I see it, I see it. .233 to the southwest. Like I said, can't make enemies when there's everything to lose. That is true. You know, you'd think we'd have the same problem going on with the Source right now, with the Garlean Empire wanting to eradicate all races that aren't perfect, which is everybody in their mind. Yeah, you think everybody would unite against a common purpose. It's just like them and the Sin Eaters, you know? If they don't unite, they're going to eradicate everybody with that black rose thingy. Nothing yet, but every handful of dirt I sift brings me closer to the shinies. Gun, there's something I would like to ask you. Yes, I'm listening, working, but listening. Why do you go to such lengths to help me? You have had barely a moment's rest since we first began, yet you set about digging like a man possessed. What can I say? I love to work, that is all. Huh, maybe that is not such a good answer. I mean, I am a Mord of Mordstock. This is our way. Is that so? No such thing as a thing no one needs. And you need these treasures, yes? Then I will find them for you. Helping each other, helping outsiders, it makes no difference. A job well done is a source of great pride for more. You know what? People need to take this right here to heart. I like this. It's really good. Helping each other, helping outsiders, it makes no difference. People just need to take that to heart. Really, they do. A job well done is a source of great pride for Morg. And all these lazy bastards. That second sentence is really important too. Just do a good job just for the sake of doing a good job. Yeah, I agree. Ishgard. And maybe because of the Dravanians, because the Dravanians wouldn't want them in their land either. It's not like they have full access to Allagon technology anymore to trap them like Bahamut. Now I see why Naboth valued your ancestors' friendship so highly. Oh, I have found something. A tube. Wait, there's a lid. Let me open it. Ah, something is inside. Jamil, what is this? He's gone. What happened to him? Where'd he go? But I wanted to show him the treasure of all the times to go for a stroll. Can you go and look for him? You will see further from higher ground. I will wait here and guard the relic. Why did it get dark all of a sudden? Jamal is nowhere to be seen. You had best report your findings or lack of to Gungun. Well, I like these little guys a lot better than our version. That's for sure. And I'm guessing these Senators are the version of Primals. I don't know. Or is that the Light Wardens? So what happened to him? You do not know. Oh, this boat's ill. Ill indeed. While you were gone, I inspected the treasure. Inside was a scroll which shows the Naboth royal family tree, and the last Moloch's name was Jamil. What? Which can only mean one thing, that he is really the last Moloch's ghost. He must have needed someone to find his final treasure so that he could pass into the afterlife. We must inform Father. If there are ghosts wandering around, he needs to warn everyone. They got so many spells and abilities. Just gotta remember I'm doing this. Alright. I am not sure what Father will make of these going-ons, but I must tell him what we saw, or rather, what we did not see. Knight, you have been assisting my son with his work, yes? This is true, Father, but we have grim tidings. Master Gingin, might I have a... Ah, there they are. Whatever is the matter? Do not come any closer. Excuse me? Keep away from me, spirit. I beg your pardon. I may be rather long in the tooth, but I'm still very much alive, I assure you. So you came to the conclusion that I was a ghost of the last Moloch on the basis that we have the same name? Perhaps we had best put this misunderstanding down to an overactive imagination? Jamal the Ninth, the last Moloch, was my grandfather. I was named after him, which makes me Jamal the 10th. So you were Naboth royalty? It all makes sense now, I think. But why did you disappear like that? I tried to tell you that I was going to return to Mord Sulk to prepare your reward, though it seems that you did not hear me. All of that scrabbling around in the dirt must have drowned out my voice. Oh, sorry about that. I will listen harder from now on. In any case, I am incredibly grateful to both of you. I've learned much of my people and their exodus from the flood. But there must be many, many more shinies for us to find. And that is not all. I want to know about the history of the Mord and their friendship with the Nabeth. It is my duty as future leader of the Mordsog. We cannot leave the treasures buried under the desert, or let the stories of our ancestors be forgotten. Let us work together to unearth the past. Aw. That's cute. So, Master Gingen, you have raised a fine son. And he will be a great leader one day, if he can avoid working himself into an early grave. Gungun, there are many relics waiting to be discovered, but there is no need to rush. They will not crumble away to nothing while you are resting. Come, we have much to discuss. Oh, Gungun, where are your manners? Knight, I am sorry. He has forgotten to express his gratitude. Please allow me on his behalf. Thank you. But I was wondering, between all of that digging, did he find time to rest? I'm not going to answer, apparently. Just shrug my shoulders. It always gives me great satisfaction to see quests go away. I'm wondering if I'm in the thousand range of how many quests I've done so far. Hey, wait, I could probably load up my profile. It should tell me, right? How many quests I've done on this character? It's probably way more than my other one. I don't know. Everything's definitely leveled higher. I even got my blue mage to level 11 today. Hey, McCarran, how's it going? Let me give you a shouty out. There you go. I need to get something to drink real quick. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow, but first let's head inside, shall we? At least these people have been giving me a better welcome than that freaking Fiera captain. Well, we know our own Reborn had like 460 something, so between Heavensward and Stormblood. Yeah. A lot. Heck, I might be even getting close to the 2,000 mark. Welcome to the inn at the journeys ahead. You might be our first visitor from Crystarium since Alizé arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alizé who was so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk had grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alizé give you the full explanation. Okay, trying to. Nine, 5, 1, 2. Okay, following in her footprints, Tesling cast her gaze around the inn, hoping to spot Alize. Where do you find your character information? Night mode. Alright, so my quest? Oh my god, 2,347 quests total. I have 60 minions, not a lot of mounts, just 11, because I haven't been working on that yet. Currencies, reputation, quests. Yeah, 2,347 total. $609 achievements. No, my PvP rank's actually 23. I guess it'll update tomorrow. Triple Triad. I've never done that. So, companions? What are companions? Oh, that's my retainers. Okay, cool. That's a lot of quests. That's a lot. Now where is she? I'm actually impressed with that number. So, that comment you made, yeah, she does all the quests. That is literally true. There's like a couple I haven't done yet, like that one where I have to go do a scavenger hunt. I haven't done that one yet. I'm kind of just putting it off. The relics, haven't done those. I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. That's because I don't do just main story. That's the one thing. It's just, you know, the issue behind that is, it's not that I haven't followed y'all's advice. It's just, it's on my map and I cannot walk away from it. It's got to be pretty extreme for me to turn my back on it. Like that scavenger hunt one or the relics, because it's going to take time to do it. The society stuff, I'm going to come back and do it. But yeah, for the most part, if it's normal stuff, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do it. Alize is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground, and they look to be about the right size. You think? It won't be closer to 4? We'll find out, won't we? Because eventually my goal is to do them all. Gotta catch them all, you know? The small footprints lead off to the northwest. The footprints continue on to the northwest again. So did Alize just get tougher then, I guess? Because I'm not around to bail her out. Her brother ain't around. I'm not around. Because everybody gets very over-reliant on the Warrior of Light. You bastard. The footprints curve around to the west. So over here? No. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. You know, the Exarch's timetables didn't match. Because according to him, over an hour was like a year. And I know more time than that passed before we figured things out to come here. So wouldn't more than 5 years pass while Thancred was here?
Back here!
Oh, damn. She loud.
Is that... It can't be.
I like her outfit, though. Impressive. I don't know which to go for. You almost lost that one, or impressive? I'll go with impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
Oh, well, I can just go away.
How are you? We've fought them to a standstill, then. The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam.
Sit down.
A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger sin-eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason, which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin-Eater's victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. To add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesseline and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Are you stealing my blankie again? Stop stealing my blankie! Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Way to make me work upon arrival. What? What? You don't got another pinky, do you? Gimme. What? Is that what you want? Oh my god, stop. You're gonna make me sick. Stop. Okay, give me a second. Let me finish this quest. I'll get you another drink. Nothing there. go. Did I attune to that? No, I did not. How did you fare? Ah, I thought there might be one or two lurking on the fringes, nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually these lesser centimeters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the void scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful centimeter goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to call their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we? Bird. Nothing. Let's attune to this. Alice tells me you helped out on our patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In my case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alize has missed your company. Everything is always, if Knight were here, she would. That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Knight's methods. Honestly, after seeing her in action, I can understand why. The way she leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt she deserves all the admiration she gets, just as you do. A purchase of fruit. Tesleen has the air of a woman being pulled in 10 directions at once. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alize? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alize.
I took an order from Colleen that was $21, but it brought me back to Olmec Darkhouse.
While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Panil, Todden, and Halric. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new.
Another 1,200.
Thank you.
There's a lot of side.
Todd glares up at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly.
Not to mention.
Halric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. You've seen to the patients. How were they? Good, that's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I am concerned about Halric, though. I'll have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to that discussion then. I was going to take Knight to Mordsock if you have any errands there that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Kassar's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Knight. There's something I want you to see. Right after we stop at Ron's stall, of course. Like a tons of bricks, Wilford has the expression of a man awaiting imminent disaster. Excuse me, but I was wondering if you could help. One of the merchants from Mordsock is on his way, bringing much-needed supplies. The problem is the wares we are offering in exchange have yet to arrive. If it were anyone else, they could be persuaded to wait, but this particular Mord has a reputation for being extremely impatient. He has even been known to call off deals over the smallest of quibbles. I'd be grateful if you could find out what's caused this delay. While you search for the portal, I'll try to buy some time. Many thanks. The delivery is expected to come from the southwest. Godspeed. Succulent secretions. Loman has a job to do, and he's hoping you will do it for him. Looking for work by any chance? I'm supposed to be draining water out of plants with these siphons, but I could use some help. As you've probably noticed, the whole area is lousy with all sorts of hostile creatures, which means this is not a job for the faint of heart. I'd be fine if siphoning the water didn't take so long. While I'm waiting, I'm easy prey. If you could go in my place, I'll see that you're properly rewarded. Yay! I'm doing your chores again. From dark till dawn, the bleary-eyed guard appears to be suffering from a lack of sleep. You're one of Alizé's friends, aren't you? I hear you lot have a knack for putting down troublesome beasts. I'm not sure if that includes the supernatural, but walking courses known as gillmen have been running amok outside the south entrance. They grab anyone who wanders too close and drag them under the sand. I almost fell victim to them myself, and I was lucky to escape. Thing is, I dropped my mother's pendant as I fled, and I'll do anything to get it back. She was a patient here, you see, and it's all I have to remember her by. Luckily, we found that enchanted dart shot from a blowgun send the gillmen back to whichever hell they crawled from. My plan is to rush in and grab the pendant while you shoot those undead bastards from a distance, so will you help me? One more quest. Absent without leave, Rimric has more than his share of concerns, the morale of his men chief among them. Miss, do you have a moment? Please keep this to yourself, but one of my men has been acting strangely of late. As I am sure you can appreciate, there are certain things that the guards here, myself included, may not wish to discuss openly. I had hoped that you, as an outsider, may be able to find out what is troubling him. He is currently stationed a short distance south from here. If you could lend him your ear, I would be most grateful. Let's start with here. Alright. Oh, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh, yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Huh. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a Morn merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honey worms as well. Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best regulars for you. Come again, my friends. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetheryte to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed regulars, you actually brought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once. Alright, only once. Never fails, shall we? So they're like birds that like worms.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken.
For years. To what?
Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed?
Yeah. You kind of left me.
Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Uriange's lecturing. And I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesling has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed to the others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. I'm fairly certain I dropped the pendant by those ruins over there. As soon as I found it, I'll race back to the inn. In the meantime, I'll need you to keep the Gilman off my back. Here goes nothing. Okay, come on. I can't maneuver this. Okay. Ah, sorry, didn't see you there. Is there something you want? Wilford sent you. Bloody hells, am I that far behind schedule? Anyway, these sacks contain our half of the deal. Well, maybe a bit more than that. I got carried away and brought too much to carry by myself. It's a miracle I made it this far. Do you think you can help me cover the last stretch of the journey? Not far to go now, and these things are heavy, so watch your back. Remember, bend at the knees. 60 seconds! At least let me use sprint. Hey, which way was I supposed to go? Late. If your friend did not pour such delicious tea, I would have taken my wares back to Mordsock. Next time you won't be so lucky. Well, you're welcome. That was a near thing if ever I saw one. I dread to think what we'd do without these supplies. Although I must say, I didn't expect that you would end up carrying the goods here yourself. The sack was full of adobe bricks, you know. Considering that they are only made from clay mixed with water and straw, they last an incredibly long time. Even those excavated from the ruins are still perfectly adequate for building work. In fact, the Moor plan to use them in repairing their windmills. Still, bricks are bricks, far from the easiest things to carry over long distances. Perhaps next time, we'll send more than one person to transport them. Now that I think about it, this whole thing was very poorly planned. We're lucky we had you to help us on this occasion. Hopefully it won't happen again. Well, yeah, because I won't be around to help you next time. They didn't like that very much, did they? And best of all, I got the pendant. Do you know, I've never seen such a fine aim with a blowgun. The secret, though, lies in the darts. They were excavated from the ruins of Nabitharong. According to the historians, these same darts were used by Nabbit to destroy Gilman all those years ago. There were whole stockpiles of the things, in fact. Anyway, that's enough about ancient history for one day. More importantly, I'd like to thank you for all you've done. Please accept this as thanks and give Alize my regards. It's actually nice to do quests and get experience points for it for a change. Timid guard. What brings you all the way out here? So you've been talking to Rimric. Well, if you must know, I was thinking about leaving this place. It was all getting too much for me, and I felt like I was losing my mind one day at a time. Me and one of the others were planning on making a clean break, putting the end behind us. But after seeing you and Alize, I changed my mind. I'm staying here at least for the time being. Could you give a message to my friend? He said one I was going to run away with, a Galgian chap. Not sure exactly where he'll be, but the watchman southeast of the inn should know. Tell him that I'm staying. I'd go by myself, but I can't abandon my post. Please, I've got to let him know. Got that done. Nonchalant watchman. Should watch your back. Galgian bloke on patrol. You've just missed him, I'm afraid. Said he wanted a breath of fresh air, so he went for a stroll. I tried telling him the air's no fresher up there than it is here, but would he listen? Would he bollocks? Anyway, last I saw he was heading north. Why is he traveling on his own? Okay. Oh no. Well, he's dead. I remember you, one of Alize's friends. Staying? I thought so. That's why I left, by myself. Reckoned I'd get a bit further before being attacked by beasts, though. Just my bloody luck. Can you tell him I went alone, that I got away? Wouldn't want him to blame himself. It's my own fault. He was set on staying, but I talked him into leaving. I should have listened. You idiot. So, did you give him the message? He left Amarong by himself. Well, I'm glad he didn't stay on Micah. I wouldn't want to hold him back from finding a new life elsewhere. Still, I stand by my decision. It is the right thing to do. I know it. Come to think of it, Rimric is probably wondering what's going on. If it's not too much to ask, would you mind speaking with him? Hey, GBP, how's it going? Finished already? Very impressive. Are you sure you haven't done this before? Now you might be wondering why we go through the effort of siphoning from plants. There are easier ways to get water after all. Well, this stuff has a certain sweetness that comes in handy when making medicines. They tend to taste quite bitter, so this takes the edge off, not that it makes the treatments any more effective. But the patients certainly seem to appreciate it. You have our thanks. Is that so, huh? It's better than both of them being killed. We should be thankful for small mercies. In any case, I appreciate what you have done for us. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? Thank you. Alize's explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others, and we've decided to keep an eye on Halbert for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Be right back. I gotta go bathroom. am back. The time left to us. Tesseline makes an effort to smile brightly. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
Hey, Blade.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Hopefully your stream is going
well,
good.
It's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
I'll have another bowl then.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot.
Where have I heard that voice actor before? It almost sounded like
In a
Lise.
place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
Warrior of Darkness.
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
I hate to say this, but let the kid go? Night, Alize, we have to go look for Helric. If he's about to turn, let him go. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone, we'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before, but it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated they can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the end. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, please be alright. I'll cover the north and west end. You take everything from here to the south. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. See no sign of Halric. Maybe he went further west. You scan your surroundings and search at Halric and suddenly find yourself under attack.
Any sign of him? No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far.
Oh, that music again. That ain't good.
We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will. Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it! There it is! Is that... Oh no! Ulrich! We have to run!
Why would you turn your back? No! Don't! Oh my god.
Tesseline! No!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
This is like something from a horror movie. I mean, I hate to say this, but the kid needs to be put down.
No!
He's gone. She shouldn't have gone after him. Yeah, the poisoned apple would not have been that bad. The nectarine. She should have given it to him. I mean, I don't like that as an answer, but... I mean... This, no. It's The Walking Dead. Or worse.
Forgive me, Alice.
Yeah, the kid's gone. He might not have turned yet, but he's just standing there, you know? You know, I don't like horror movies, and that was pretty damn scary. I'm sorry, Knight. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. It's just so unfair. Tessling was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. All the people in the world to suffer such a fate. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me? I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing, about giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. Halrig is as unresponsible as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. Tears on the sand. Alize is lost in grief. I've spoken with the carers. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them, to me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late, too slow, and I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Tessling's words close to your heart. Oh, he don't care. This is worse than your kobold friend. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damn light, building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only a little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light. How could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I've gained here to hurt them. Yep, they think we're crazy. Maybe we are. Okay. Yeah, I'm going the right way. Okay. Hey, BY, what'd you say was worth 1,000,000 something experience points? Was it the levies or the Time Warner? The maps? You said something was worth 1,000,000 XP yesterday. Or something. I don't remember what, though. Forgive me, Knight. I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way with steel. From Yorzi's sword in the darkness to Novrant's sword in the light. Gods above, it feels like an age ago now. Miss Alizé, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest armoro. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Amarog again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sun Eaters out, shall we? One moment, everybody. I gotta go check the fridge for something.
Into a coffee shop. But I'm pulling up to Walmart now to go in and do the shopping order. I gotta let you go.
Thank you for seeking me out, Knight. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we have decided upon a direction. Yet, but you have still to visit Alpha Node, haven't you? If I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success, if he hasn't already. I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being, but don't keep me waiting too long, eh? Alright. Alizé is done. Guess we're gonna go find Alpha Node now. The annoying swim. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an armor for passage to Kushala. I will pick you out a friendly whelp. Armor are often used for travel, then? That's right. Mounts like my great friend over there are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from a further afield, more accustomed to chocobos, perchance? I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you're plainly unaccustomed to riding Armoro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zern worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me, ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Armoro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mount. You want to fly an Armoro to Kalusia? Well, I suppose the Master Gemichi is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mount shortly. You can now travel to Kalusia, speak with the aspiring Armoro tamer to fly to the island.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
We are arrived. This is Crackshell Beach on the eastern coast of Kalusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy you that city in the distance? That is Ulmor, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Amoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection if we bend the knee. Oh, sounds like the Carlian Empire. But to say their ideals are questionable, we put it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Ulmor is strained at the best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I'm glad we understand each other. Now the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. A still tide. Whatever Zomdel has to tell you, he plainly deems it worthy of your undivided attention. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ivor. Ivor keeps an eye on everything that happens at Kalusia and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme, That will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amuro until you are ready to return. Southwest, okay. These are goblins with Joker hats? $100 to the south. What you after? Fish? Crab? Think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere if you have a taste for them. Oh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now what is it I can do for you? Can't say there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphanode? I know the one, our young champion of the downtrodden. Armore's richer than all of Norvrent put together, but it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now, get a message to him. But you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's the fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a run-down excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there, and I'll see that Alphanode joins you. All right. This your first time in a tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What'll you be having? Water. Fine choice, and what'll you be paying with? Well now, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors, so we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Ah, here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me and you can lace about here as long as you like. Oh, well, okay then. I can't say no to that. Hey, famous, how's it going? There you go, there's your shout out. Hope everything's going okay for you. What the heck? Oh. No response. Maybe you need to knock louder. No response. By chance the occupant is hard of hearing? You hear a thing squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer? Oh, I'm good. How are you? No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. $605 yards to the north. It means it's further that way. Okay. I'm doing good, doing good. Oh, I gotta talk to that person. Here, my gear. Alright, gear repaired. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Well, I wouldn't know. He's not there anymore. He left. Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Elmore? You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Me? I was more worried about you.
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change.
As long as you're not selling or buying swords for more than they're worth.
But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire.
Black Rose.
Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
Okay. Open arms, closed gate. Alpha Node is ready to take to the road once more. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I've yet to set foot in Ulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west and then cross a small bridge. A clam to die for, the strong-willed wife taps her foot in impatience. Of all the useless you there, have you seen a timid mouse of a man cowering in a corner somewhere? I'm talking about my husband, clumsy, overcautious clod that he is. All I asked was for him to bring some shellfish back for dinner, and he's been gone for bloody hours. I hate to inflict my troubles on a stranger, but if you're headed down to the beach and spot my good-for-nothing husband, tell him to get a move on with the main course. Retaking territory, Caddy is looking over the food stores, her face a mask of concern. This should be enough to last us, at least until those scaly buggers are taken care of. These days it seems there are more pests than people living in Stilltide. What with all the hopefuls running off to Eelmore. Those flying lizards are the worst of the lot, though. You can't even leave for an honest day's work anymore without a swarm of them flapping sky demons nipping at your heels from here to Governor's Row. And don't get me started on their leader, Jaculus, we call him. With the way their vicious blighter comes after you, you'd think he bloody owns the place. Someone needs to topple that little tyrant. None of us fancy losing a finger, but maybe you're up to a challenge? If you're keen to draw him out, just skewer a couple of his broodmates. That'll get his attention soon enough. Before the tide comes, the forlorn fisherman seems lost and broken. Oh, that sigh wasn't for you. I was just thinking about a friend. Damn fool got tired of the hard life, you see, and tried to sail to the mainland in our little fishing boat. Said he'd come back and fetch me after he found his fortune. Spotty washed up on the beach yesterday. I wonder if his last thoughts were for his home or for the shores of the land he never reached. Actually, miss, if you've not better to do than listen to me sob, I'd appreciate a hand collecting his belongings. They're scattered along the sands, but I don't know that I'll find them all before the waves steal them out to sea. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are making progress. Slowly, but surely. Finished Alize. Got her back. Working on Alfino now. Gotta help the locals. That's what I do. Speaking of which, probably level, since she's already 71, I'll probably do the warrior next. Trying to think. Well, there's that one. Did you find anything? This, and that. Ah, these are his things, alright. We made this rod ourselves, me and him. I lost count of the number of times we slipped away to go fishing instead of grubbing about in the fields. So he should have known better than to try crossing those choppy waters in that tiny boat. I told him, wicked white, how many times I told him, and then the divide swallowed him up and spat him out, the damn fool. Suppose I'd better bury these bits and pieces with him and then get back to work. Thank you for your kindness, stranger. So I wonder what the deal is with the experience synced, quest synced. They sync all the quests to the 70 instead or something? Or sync me to the quest? I'm confused. Oh. Where'd you come from? So if I'm level 78, it's going to level it up to 78. Is that correct? So if I'm level 78, so that means this quest will be level 78? So that means if I'm trying to level my 70s, are they going to bring down the quest lines, or I have to be that level minimum? Oh yeah, enjoy dinner. I'm hoping my hubby brings home something to dinner, but yeah. Okay, cool. Go enjoy dinner. Sounds yummy. I'm waiting for my hubby to bring food back. And I guess I'll find out once I hit some... I'll try one of my other level 70 tanks. That'll make it easier if that's the case. You got the bitey little bastard then. Shadows be praised. Now maybe we can work the fields in peace. You hadn't done the deed, I was afraid we'd start running out of food. And I've no wish to watch anyone starve to death. I know we could move to Gate Town and live on handouts and y'all like the rest of them, but we have our pride. If there's any choice in the matter, we'd rather take care of our own needs while we can, with a little help from battle-savvy travelers such as yourself, of course. I mean, I'm still getting like 100% extra, so... like double, so... Find a hesitant husband? Is he up above? No, he can't be. Who are you? What do you want with me? The wife's wondering where I am. Has it been that long? I tried to dig up one of those tide clamps that she likes, a good-sized one too, but a claw shot out from under the sand and almost clipped my arm off. Say, you've seen the capable sort. God, if I got 1,000,000 gold for every time I heard that statement, you look like you're capable. You look like you're not busy. I'd be the richest freaking traveler here. Do you think you'd lend me a hand? No, I want to keep my hand. Well, thank you. You should be able to find the spot I was digging not far from the water. Just watch out for those snuppers. I wonder why they decided to switch to, you know, role quests versus class quests. Why did they do that starting in Shadowbringers? What, did they just decide there was just too many combat classes and that's why they reduced it down to role instead of class? Oh, okay. So, everything should be around 70 to 80 then, if I want to level everything to 80 then, correct? If, based on what you're quoting there. So we'll see. Because you know how you have to, you know, if you're leveling other things, you have to, if you get above the level that you're currently at, you have to stop what you're doing, go do some dungeons. And level up to the minimum. So I'd be interested to see if, you know, if I'm 70 and the quest is like 71 or 72, if I can still do them. So we'll see. You're not missing a limb or anything, are you? Yes, look at the size of this thing. My wife will be well pleased. She'll be mad that I had to ask you for your help, but it'll be worth it when she sees the prize you claimed. In fact, I'm sure she'll want to thank you in person. Come on, let's head back to the village. Because it's like I'm questing as one class and then I'm doing my roulettes with another, so it'll make it easier. I don't know why I'm not teleporting. Let's teleport. Yeah, that would make sense. Although, according to the Exarch, my ether is tied to the other Aetheryte, so me being connected to this Aetheryte means I can travel back to the other Ethers. But, you know, I could take it a step further, but we won't get into that discussion at the moment. But I could definitely take it a step further. Maybe I will get in that discussion. So my thinking is, you know, if I'm connected to the Ether, does that mean I can connect to the Ether throughout any point in time that I was originally connected to it? So, you know, I mean, technically the Exarch is messing with shit that he shouldn't be messing with. Messing with time is forbidden. And yet he's doing it with no hesitation. My apologies, stranger. It seems my husband caused you more trouble than I expected. Aye, you're a proper pain in the posterior, you are. Here, take this and drop it off at the leaky keel. I mean, that's just my hypothesis anyway, my theory. I hear you slew some shelled monster. What came between him and that clam? A good thing, too. If he stood to his ground, I'd be burying whatever parts of him was left. Thank you. The man has his faults, but strike me if I don't love him all the same. Now, I best be making something to fill this belly when he comes back. A nice thick clam stew, I reckon? My bag's getting full again. Yeah, they're getting full again. You know what? Let's get rid of these. I'm not going to be fishing anytime soon. Get rid of these. I don't want them. Okay. Alright. On with your story. That is true. I mean, I know about this only because I watched it on YouTube, but if I'm not mistaken, was it in Trail that they came up with the what if scenario for Harashafont and about like changing time and saving him and what would happen if you did? Because that was like one of their the biggest raids they had come out after COVID, and everybody was kind of getting back in because they didn't release an expansion for a long time when COVID was going on. And they talked about that, and, you know, it was bad to save him. Like, good but bad, you know, because, like, him and Yacel's sacrifice was necessary. At least that's what I watched on YouTube. So now, you know, the Exarch is doing kind of the same thing. Although, if you rejoin the source and stuff, I think that's kind of bad. So, it could be argued both ways. You know, could we have found another way to stop the war between the, you know, the Elezen and the dragons? Don't know. Don't know. Changing time can have major side effects. Collusion seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whenever a calamity struck the source of reflections such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No, get away from me! Over there. Quickly, someone's in trouble. Okay, let's go. Well, I'm making progress on the chocobo leveling. It really slows down after level 10. Oh wow, it's a sin eater. Oh, thank the fates! Look out! Yeah. Let's fight. My poor heart. Thank you, young miss. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you all right, madam? Just a few bruises from where I fell, nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. Should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Ilmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapling lass like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's not to be had here but cobwebs and memories. Just as the lady says, many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Ilmore's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? Yes, Alizé would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared with Almarange, Kuluja is almost a haven, but as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Had you arrived but a few moments later, the Sin Eaters would have claimed another victim. Still, we have won a small victory this time at least. Now shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. Can I even get to that one? Oh, it's 300 and something to the west. It's that way. Those are some ugly little whatever those are. I bet it's in the city. Maybe?
gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
Man, this guy is a creepazoid. I could just hear it in their voice. Maybe he does that on purpose, but damn, he's a creepo. Go away. Let that beard out.
She's not here to compete. Leave her be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Well, go F off. I don't want a conversation with you. Go away.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please!
Good. Get him away from me. Chop your little head off. Yes, I'm a violent one. I don't like creepos.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection.
That's me.
Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy.
I can cook.
Even on days when fish is not on the menu.
I'm a level 90 chef. Let me in. Or at least I'm definitely over 80.
Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
I can do it. I can do it. I can even fish it out of the water. If they're worth eating.
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon.
Kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy XIII, Lightning Returns. Like, during the end days, all the city did was party.
A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor. Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident! For you!
Ah, lost!
Enjoy!
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gate Town, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Why is she looking at me? Why is she looking at me? Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Ilmore's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I've tried to propose ways they can improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gate Town and judge the situation for yourself. A feeling in the belly. The worried waif looks around in desperation. Please, won't anybody help us? It is my brother. His belly hurts so much he can't even move. I don't think the fresh water we bought was fresh at all. Could you talk to the potion maker for us, miss? I already tried, but when he started explaining the things he wanted for the medicine, I got scared and ran away. Songstress of the Sea. The aspiring songstress wishes to practice her singing without interruption. What have we here? An Amira come to exult in the purity of my vocal splendor? I shook my head pretty good. No, I will, Gur, you would feel honored to meet me if I was ever allowed to test the limits of my instrument. One day I shall be the talk of Ilmore, nay, of all Navrant, but first I must secure a venue in which to practice. If I sing but a fraction of my full volume, the Cretans around here become so unreasonably angry, insulting even. Thus I have taken to finding a quiet spot near the coast. But even then my scales and trills seem to drive the wildlife into a frenzy. That tells me you probably suck. I can scarce begin my practice before I'm forced to flee from some enraged beast. Oh, you look to have seen your fair share of fighting. What say you to stand guard and allow me my fair share of singing? Pretty, please? Oh God. You know, if everybody's getting angry or you're driving monsters into a frenzy, that means you need to quit. You're stupid. A large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunk mule, you realize, float in the otherwise plain broth. Redolent refused. Teorik is wrinkling his nose in displeasure. Oh, my poor sensitive nose, do you not smell that awful stench? What we require here is a strategically placed sachet of ground cool as the unsage. The trouble is, I'm not quite willing to die in the process of obtaining said herb. But what of you, miss? There is sage aplenty near the claves, should the promise of reward overshadow any fear you might have of stabbing tooth and rending claw. 2 generous bunches should suffice. A meeting long overdue. The unfulfilled forager has a craving for meat. Ah, what I wouldn't give for just one mouthful of juicy meat. I've eaten naught but mule for more moons than I can count. I mean, I'm grateful for the handouts and all, but sometimes a man needs variety. If I had me roasted game bird about now, I'd strip that beauty down to the bone. But have you ever tried catching one of them tragopans? It's like asking to have your eyes pecked out. What, you reckon you could do better? Go ahead then, make me eat my own words, just so long as they come with a side dish of bird flesh. And make sure you bring it back alive and kicking, you understand? Here's a rope to truss it up and a sack to carry it. Might need to daze it a bit first. Okay then. Let's do it. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that waits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? think I'm gonna make a tiny little estimate that by the time I get to Dawn Trail, I'll have done almost 5,000 quests. Maybe 4. We'll go with 4. 3 expansions is like 2,500, so 4,500 to 5,000 quests total by the time I get to the end of Dawn Trail. Welcome, welcome. What concoctions are you after today, then? I am just curious to how many quests there are. Ah, yes, I remember the young girl and her alien brother. I used the last of my bark, you see, and all I wanted was for her to gather some from the trees on the cape. The way she ran off, you think I'd asked her for a bowl of her blood or something. You're welcome to collect a few strips in her stead if you like, although I don't expect you'd want the bother. Still here? Very well then. Find some trees and use the knife. Use this knife to very carefully peel away 3 pieces of nice dry bark. I won't hold my breath. Well, thank you for the knife. I think these were the birds they wanted. There's a 1. Did I only need 1? Huh, interesting. Still here, are you? Oh man, you made me talk to Creepo. Alpha Node, you jerk. Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Elmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, aye, but at least it's safe, and the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. No thanks. I think I'll stick to Alpha Node. At least he's honest. Yeah, I don't think any way I look at it, I'm not getting to that. Bark number 2. Maybe. I don't know. Northeast. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get to it, no matter how I look at it. Yep, not getting to it. That's frustrating. I think they made it even harder to get flying in this expansion. Not that it was like that easy in Stormblood. Heavensward was like the easiest. Well, I take that back. Actually, A Realm Reborn was probably the easiest. All you had to do was get a whistle. Beat the Black Wolf and you get it. It's just so invigorating to sing here. I feel as if my voice rings clear across the sea. Now, if you would be so kind as to intercept any nuisances before they ruin my practice, I should be most appreciative. Oh God, how bad is this gonna get? That is a pretty nasty. Your singing's that bad? Move things around, so I forgot where the buttons were. Oh, I'm getting sleepy. That was simply wonderful. You don't know how long it's been since I was last able to sing my heart's content. It's all thanks to you. Let us return to town so I might show you the proper gratitude. Just don't sing me another song, please. Oh yeah, I was supposed to bring him the birch for the medicine. Or the tree stuff. Ah, I see you finally came to your senses. Let's have that knife back then. What's this? You actually went to harvest the bark, but what could you possibly hope to gain? Kindness will get you nowhere in this rotten town. What a rare soul you must be. I suppose I have no choice now but to mix up the cure I promised. I mixed some herbs and powders together with the bark you brought. A few pellets a day should soon settle the aches in the lad's stomach. Never mind the payment. After all, it's you who done most of the legwork. You know, I hope to trade my healing skills for a life in Ulmore, but maybe my place is here, amongst the poor and the desperate. To help for the sake of helping, to be needed. Aye, it's not a bad feeling. Well, you're welcome. I'm glad I taught you something good. Let's see. Did you go and see that potion maker? For my brother? Oh, thank you, miss. You saved his life. You'll be wanting coin, right? I'm not sure we... What do you mean, nothing? Here, you must take these at least. I collected them myself. Thank you again. Wait, you're giving me gear instead of coin? I'll take that. Alright. Thank you ever so much for your help. I almost wish I could keep you on as an assistant. I know I seem to be struggling through a rough patch at the moment, but once I make a name for myself in Ulmore's cabaret show, the privileged will be climbing over each other to offer me patronage. And then, when I'm wealthy and famous, you shall have the reward you deserve. For now, however, this is all I can afford. Consider it an advance payment. Well, I don't need it that bad. You're that desperate. How fared your harvesting efforts? Yes, this is a goodly amount, my thanks. A moment while I prepare an experimental sachet. I'll grind these up and add a sprinkle of this, a dash of that, and 'tis done. Ah, 'tis asking to inhaling a springtime breeze. I must begin producing these fair-scented pouches in bulk. You, miss, have the privilege of putting my aromatic creation to the test. Place one of my sachets behind this foul-smelling shack and you should inform me of the results. Okay. Tell me there's a bird in that sack. Yeah. Okay. There's a bird in this sack. Oof, that's a feisty one. Nice work, stranger. Ah, seeing this fellow all trussed up for the dinner table reminds me of being back in Stilltide. It's been years since I left to chase after Ulmore's promises, but I'm no closer to getting through that gate than when I started. Maybe it's time I gave up on Hallowed Dreams and went home to my old mum. Anyway, my thanks for the bird, friend. Wonder if that's the lady I just saved. The rank fumes permeating the air are slowly replaced by a pleasant, refreshing scent. Well, I'll be damned. Did my sachet prove the victor in that contest of fragrances? Well, that is satisfying to hear. I shall continue manufacturing these pockets of sage and proceed with secreting them about the place. thing of it is, the folk of Gatetown often paw through the refuse discarded by the free citizens of Ulmar. Such salvaged items have, however, spent no short span of time moldering amongst actual garbage. Thus the offensive odor I have been forced to endure, but no longer. Thanks to you, my olfactory senses will be spared. Pray accept this token for your trouble. More money. What is that? Oh yeah, that. Okay. You've seen what Gatetown has to offer. These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of meal and believe Ulmar is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life. A fickle existence. Alphina wears a look of profound disapproval. You disapprove of these people's way of life, or disapprove of Ulmar? Ulmar. It's just difficult to make a final judgment without first seeing the city's inner workings. Mayhap it is that uncertainty which always makes me feel so ill at ease here. Not that it matters. However unjust this system seems to be, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forgo Ulmar's Largris are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gatetown, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I'm not convinced that Ulmar's generosity truly serves the best interests of the Collusion's people. I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Ulmar's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Knight. I've been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city. If all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There is a beast tribe who makes its home in the seas surrounding the island. The Ondo they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagan. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tatura took such great pains to impress upon me during your stay in Kugani, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular. When I offered to produce such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Amoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ondu is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, then, we must pay a visit to Mashamoa, my supplier and rate. Come, it's just to the northwest of here. I'm so glad I grabbed that. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Mashamoa. This is my associate Knight. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Mr. Lad, with short blue hair, No, he said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Confounded, someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, he could not have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town, and I shall take the west. Oh boy. It's Groot! There's Groot! There's, yeah, an ugly version of him. Alright, search the surrounding areas. You have located your quarry. I like his blue hair, though. Not any sign of him? You've a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape.
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be your more or nothing? What of the Christerium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shear, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision. Yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best.
Yeah. You always have good intentions, boy. I don't know.
We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
That's not who you are?
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfredo, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to Wright then? Is that? I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on, they may need our help.
They might? How about they do need our help? Might's my ass. Alpha Node. I figured you would have grown up by now. Let's see. Oh, it's them. The bisons. Ooh! Yay! I don't know why my compass wouldn't show this one. Okay, I think that was the two I needed. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy, mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. Poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. Alphanud's such a good kid. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristal. I was invited into Imor to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turned me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless. I gave sin in Lord Vothry's city. A grave sin in Lord Vothry's city. Within days, they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the dam's ocean. From up there, how were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me, luck I suppose, so if you hadn't have found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous, and the citizens condone such barbaric punishment? Oh, without a second thought, when Lord Wathry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Ulmar, his word is law. The more I hear about Ulmar, the more determined I am to see what awaits within its walls. Shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first we should convey Tristal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Away into the city? Hey GVP, how's it going? Welcome back. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Ulmar, insofar as I am able, at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach, but since it's plain you've set your minds on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Ulmoran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want, and if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain this is your livelihood? We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I can't. I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided, but I shan't stay long in this place. Not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now on until my dying day. We'll go to Crystarium. City of Final Pleasures. Alphina weighs the brush you received from Tristal deep in thought. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristal has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with the brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then it is settled. All we need to do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. That is a lot of quests. Village of Woe. Euless appears to have been waiting your arrival. Excuse me, but you're the lady Alphina was traveling with, aren't you? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your name. Knight, how lovely to meet you. My name is Euless, and I'm the acting village mayor. I was hoping someone of your talents would pass through right before long. Thing is, I need to visit someone up at Stonegazer, but I'm afraid to walk the path alone. Do you think you can provide an escort? My thanks. I just couldn't bring myself to ask one of the villagers. You see, there was an incident a while back where a veteran band of hunters was badly mauled. Simply mentioning that it's unsafe to wander outside the village these days would be enough to bring back memories of that grisly scene, which is why it's been so difficult to even bring up the subject. But such does not change the fact that the roads are indeed dangerous. Pray meet me on the path to the north and be prepared to fend off the wildlife. Following the grain. Hastelet is in over his head. I'm sorry, miss. Please tell me you're a warrior of some kind. You see, there's a gang of bandits who moved into the area. They used to be residents of Ulmar, but were exiled for stealing from free citizens. Now they've taken to stealing from us instead. And anyone who tries to stand up to them gets a good beating for their trouble. Folks say they're former soldiers, and seeing how those bastards fight, I'm inclined to believe them. We're just farmers here. We need someone who can stand up to them, someone who knows their way around a weapon. Could you be that person for us? You'll teach them a lesson, then. Oh, thank you. We've already hatched a plan to track down their camp. Poked a hole in a harvest sack and left it as bait. There's a trail of grain now leading away from the village to the east, so you might want to start your search there. A plankless task. Thanos watches the path to the shipyard with anxious eyes. Oh, who are you? Forgive me. It's not often we see travelers in Wright, what with how dangerous it is hereabouts. I even worry for my husband taking the road down to the shipyard. And he's as strong as a Talos. He's been gone a good while, though. If you're headed that way, could you please let him know his wife is expecting him at home? Another wife missing her husband. Bridge to the other side. Momash has a supernatural story to share. Do you want to hear a ghost story? Of course you do. The old pig farm over yonder once belonged to a family known as the Greels. It was around 10 winters ago now that their entire sty was butchered by a pack of wild animals. The farm never recovered and the family scattered to the winds. The Greel's daughter and her betrothed sought refuge here in Wright, but misfortune's grasp would not surrender them so easily. The lad was slain by Dickayasin last year when the Eater attacked our village. And the lass, mad with grief, threw herself from the bridge that bears her family's name, drowned right there in the river. Ever since, folk have avoided that spot, convinced that Greeley Bridge is haunted by the girl's anguished spirit. You think the tale is a tall one? Go to the bridge yourself then and call out her name, Ismella. Witch of the Sea, the Fort Wright farmer has a mystery to share. Excuse me, miss, you seem the well-traveled sort. Would you be willing to accompany me to the Claver in return for a reward? There's a bit of a problem, see? We take turns manning the watchtowers hereabouts. The last few folk have been driven away from the lighthouse post by sodden and terrible headaches. Every single one of them remembers hearing some sort of screeching wail. You don't know if we're dealing with Sea Witch or a roaming banshee, but they all agree the sound is awful enough to chill your blood. I wonder if it's that horrible singer. How fortunate for me, then, that I have you to back me up. Pray follow me to the Clave, and we can solve this mystery together. A drop of sunshine, the bonded servant fidgets with uncertainty. Excuse me, miss, but you're a fellow visitor here, yes? I wonder if you would be willing to perform for me a trifling service. I serve a particular family of the Amoran elite, and it is at the behest of my patron, a man with discerning taste for fine drink, that I have ventured to the famous breweries of Wright. Oh, do you not partake yourself? Otherwise you would surely be aware of Wright's incomparable ale, and its glowing reputation amongst the privileged of Ilmore. In recent years, however, it seems distribution of this golden liquid has ground to a halt, and thus have I been sent to make a purchase directly from that source. Simple task, you might think, except the people of Wright are not overly receptive to visitors from Ilmore. Downright dismissive, in fact. Do you understand my dilemma? I need you to speak to the villagers and procure a supply of ale in my stead, a service for which you will be paid most handsomely. Okay, we picked everything up. You're wanting to buy some bright ale? Well, now, we was indeed famous for our ale once, but that age is long past. Any barley we grow these days is bound for the oven or the cooking pot. It's not to be spared for brewing beers and the like. You put that young back to work bringing in the harvest, though, and I might be convinced to part with a bottle from my private stock. Located. They want wine. Wine, wine. Let's cry and get some cheese with that wine. You brought me my barley, then. Thank you, lass. There's fewer hands around to help out ever since the... It's a good dropout. Our right ale is. Slides down the throat like honey and sunshine, so they say. Before you know it, you've drowned the whole damn bottle. Drink it slow and easy, lass, or you'll be waking up with sore head come the morrow. Ooh, what we got here? Didn't realize my mute was on. Were you successful in your bargaining? I see. That would explain why the trickle of ale into Ulmar has ceased altogether. I also report this situation to my patron to see what can be provided in the form of laborers and surplus comestibles. Hey, One Snoopy, how's it going? Hope everything's going good. In any case, I thank you for securing this precious bottle. Kind travel, your payment as promised. The trail of grain continues to the east. The trail of grain takes a sharp turn to the south. Alright, where are these bandits? Nope, they're down. Oh, there they are. Bah, we've got us a sneaky rat, boys. Better grab it by the tail before it squeaks to its mates. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Well, that took care of that problem. Oh, there's something way up there. Damn, they spaced these out. Forthright farmer? Huh, I don't hear anything. Maybe we should split up and have more of a look around. Once you're satisfied there's not to find, you can meet me back here at the lighthouse. The waters here swell and crash with cacophonous violence, rivaling the stormy seas of La Nacia. You hear nothing but the lapping of the waves. You think you hear a faint noise, but maybe you imagined it. I heard it, that terrible voice. The pain, I can feel my head splitting in half. The farmer seems to be in no state to talk. Perhaps you can soothe him with a few calming words. I think I might live, thank you. That keening din seemed to pierce my very skull. I never heard the likes of it. If there truly exists a sea witch who murders sailors with her cursed screams, and that is how I imagine her voice would sound. At least now we know which areas are too dangerous to approach. Come, we must return to Wright so I can share this with the others. Okay. Bridge to the other side. Nah. Bye-bye. Say is Mela. Ooh, our ghost. Now that I've had a chance to calm down, I feel a little embarrassed by my earlier behavior. I think stories of sea witches and the like may have fed my panic. But not everyone puts stock in those old tales, it seems. There was talk of a girl from Gatetown who's taken to visiting the lighthouse to practice her sing. Wait, you don't think that awful Keening could have been? No, surely not. That's what I was thinking. Thank you for standing by me during that terrifying ordeal. And be wary of wailing sea witches should you find yourself near the clave again. Wow, it's hard to imagine her singing so bad. You took care of them. I can hardly believe it. We worked long and hard for the food we harvest, and to have it all snatched away by those brutes. You'd think with all that training and discipline they'd have an easy time adjusting to an honest life in the field, but I suppose some men are cruel by nature. At least there are good people like you still around to renew my faith in the world. You have our thanks. There were two spirits? Ah, I think I see. The young lady was with child. It truly was the ghost of Ismaelia, then. May their souls be returned to the sea of stars. We can but pray that such tragedy never again visits us in this lifetime. And pray forgive my frivolous words from before. I had thought only to give you a fright, and instead you gifted those spirits with the peace they deserve. Thank you. Nostalgia. Something I can do for you, stranger? Well, beat me with a hammer. Has it been that long? I was aiming to salvage the planks from this old hole, but she's given me more trouble than I bargained for. Bit of a waste to leave all this lumber lying around. Not much call for seaworthy ships since the light ate up half the world, you understand? So I reckoned it were better for a woodworker like me to put it to good use. These boards, though, they're so tightly joined, I can't pull the bleeding things loose. Here, do me a favor and sprinkle some of this powder on the joints along the keel. I'll keep working on this end, and with any luck, I can make it home before the wife stomps down here to fetch me herself. A shame. Probably was a beautiful little boat. Ship. That should do the trick. Powdered fire crystal is the best thing for melting wood glue. Just pour on a little water and the steam will take care of the rest. This ought to be a one-man job now, thanks to you. Oh, and if you could let Theonos know I'll be done within the hour, then you'll have helped me out of 2 rough spots today. Should be 1 crystal quest. He's alright then. Well, that's a relief. Bright's had its share of troubles and a wife does worry. What, he had you helping strip planks? The cheek of that man. Still, we're lucky his father taught him the trade at all, even if he uses those skills to take ships apart instead of building them. A wool worker puts food on the table, so I'm grateful to his family for keeping up their traditions. And I'm grateful to you for bringing me peace of mind. Please take this for your kindness. Yay! Another crystal. Let's go get that other one. Ether currents. Thank you for the escort, Knight. This is the gentleman I wish to speak with, so we needn't go any further. Sai Luke? Are you wandering around by yourself out here? You know what kind of creatures lurk beyond the borders of the village. Well, if it isn't Cliff Tall's little girl, something I can do for you, lass? Yes, sir. I came for an answer to my proposal from the other day. Have you given any thought to taking over as a village mayor? I'm doing the best I can in the interim, but I have neither the age nor the wisdom to continue in the role. And the rest of the villagers agree with me. I'm fairly sure I told you nay once already. It Seeing as you found a guard just so you could come and talk to me, then mayhap I will consider the idea in exchange for a few small tasks. You will? Please just tell me what I need to do. My friend Cliftal, you dear father, was looking for a sickle to cut some rope. Would you mind skipping back to the village and borrowing one for me? Why would you? I mean, a sickle, was it? For cutting rope? That shouldn't be too difficult. That doesn't sound good. I'd only meant to ask you along for the one trip, but if I'm to complete these tasks, would you be willing to indulge me a while longer? Hey, Snoopy Snoopy. Good day to you, young Eulish. You look a little flustered, dear. Was there something I could help you with? And a good day to you too, madam. I was actually hoping to borrow a sickle. Is that all? Here, you can take this one. I've several spares, so there's no rush in returning it. Doing a spot of harvesting, are you? My thanks, but it's not for me exactly. I was asked to bring one up for my father. Your father? Shatter saved me. Forgive me. If you're to accompany me in these tasks, then you deserve to know the whole story. It was my father, Cliftal, who was the former mayor of Wright. And the incident I spoke of earlier was something that happened a year ago. One day, a stray sin eater came prowling around and slaughtered nearly half the village. It was a waking nightmare. Some of the villagers blamed my father. They said it was because he refused to accept the protection of Ilmore. The sheer scale of the tragedy and the accusations that followed wore away at his conscience, till finally he could bear the guilt no longer. He hanged himself. Luke, the old man we spoke to, was his closest friend, but considering how he worded his request, it seems he's reluctant to accept the fact of my father's death. Still, I would see this task to its end. Let us bring him his sickle, shall we? Luke, sir, we've brought the sickle you've asked for. Oh, good. Oh, Cliftal will be glad to see this. Oh, sir. Thank you for staying with me, Knight. This might be harder than I expected. Talos interrupted. Eulis appears ready to accept Silaqua's next task. I am grateful to have you with me, Knight. Thank you again. Luke, sir, I believe you have more tasks for me? Oh, it's still here, are you? Yes, tasks. There's a Talos of mine that's taking far too long to make its return. Probably busy tussling with some dim-witted predator. Go and see how it fares and chase off anything slowing it down. All you mean that, Talos. Pray follow my lead, Knight. We'll find the Talos in question to the southwest of here, and I've no doubt there will be dim-witted predators aplenty for you to deal with. That one's done. Phew, I'm glad you were here. They must have burrowed in beneath the plates. I know Luke implied the Talos was still moving, but as you can see, once upon a time, there'd be a line of these contraptions hauling materials down to the shipyard, step by ponderous step, which incidentally is how the slow road supposedly earned its name. But after Daedalus Stonework closed down some 15 summers ago, there was no one left to make or maintain their creations. One by one, the Talos slowly fell into disrepair. This particular worker was damaged during that stray eater rampage, and it hasn't shifted an ilm ever since. It was always Saw Loki's favorite. Come, let us make our report. Luke, sir. Night has cleared away the pest who were bothering you, Talos. It should be left alone for the time being. Excellent news, but I expect he'll need a good polishing when he returns. The most troublesome ones are often the most endearing, eh? Oh, sir. You've done me a fine service, thank you. Indeed, thank you, Knight. I never could have fought such creatures myself, but might impose upon you for the next task as well. The Cape in Bloom. Ylus appears determined to complete the last of Luca's tasks. Thank you again for staying. I honestly could not do this without you. Luke, sir, were there any more tasks you had for us? Just one last thing. I want you to gather some pretty flowers from the split hull as a gift for my darling wife. She went out for her usual walk, but has not yet deigned to come home. I fear I may have said something to sour her mood. I understand. We shall gather a lovely bouquet for her then. Well, Knight, will you accompany me to the Cape for some flower picking? Yeah, sure. Flower picking? Oh, up there. Okay. This is almost pleasant, isn't it? Aside from the aggressive wildlife, of course. I should tell you about Luke's wife. She was killed in the Eater incident, although I imagine you already suspected as much. They made such a sweet couple. Every day they would walk up this cape hand in hand, and she would gaze out over the flowers with this warm, contented smile. Luke himself has some training as a warrior. He would guard her as if she were a princess, and he, her gallant knight. I'm sorry, it's just... wounds of the heart are slow to mend. That they are, and simply having someone here to share the grief can be enough to carry us through another day. It has been but a year, and we are all still suffering. Some seek to bury the misery beneath cheery faces, and others are yet trapped in the memories of the past. Luke, I fear, is one of the latter. But if a bouquet of flowers is what it takes to help him work through his sadness, then I would pick every bloom from this cape. Will you give me a hand to find some of the prettier flowers? Pray think of it as a tribute to the deceased. Why are you acting weird, bird? Let's see what we have. Yes, these are beautiful. Thank you. Luke will be pleased. Let's take them back to Stonegazer before they get crushed in some scuffle. Dun 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 dun. Okay. We made it, and the flowers are none the worse for wear. Luke, Knight and I have returned with a bouquet for your wife. Ah, splendid, thank you. Now perhaps she will come. She will come back to... Sir, Elias, forgive me. I've asked such cruel things of you. I must apologize to you as well, Knight. My beloved wife, my dear neighbors, so many gone. After it happened, despair became my only company. I could not even save my closest friend when his torment was plain for all to see. I could never forgive myself. So I embraced this delusion, thinking that maybe if I tried hard enough, I truly believed they were still alive, that the events of that day would fade away like the nightmare it was. But I succeeded only in hurting those around me. I understand why you did what you did, sir. Truly, I do. You always were such a sweet child. I will place the flowers you brought on her grave. She would have loved them. As for me assuming the role of mayor, I am sorry, but I cannot give you a decision just yet. Take as long as you need. In fact, I might need a little time to recover myself. Knight, if you could give me a moment or two. Right for the job. Ulysses awaits a decision from Luke. Thank you for your patience, Knight. Luke still appears to be wrestling with his thoughts, but perhaps we can help him come to a decision. Sir, I don't mean to press you, but might you have arrived at an answer to my proposal? Damn, you're pushy. Not exactly, no. There's another matter I have yet to reconcile. Would you mind sharing this matter with us? Well, it goes back to the day that the Eater attacked the village. I was taking my turn as lookout here at Stonegazer. It's a duty we take very seriously. They say when the tower was originally built, in the time before the flood, they were worried about dwarves and mountain bandits, but these days, yes, there's far worse prowling around, and I failed to spot it. The Sin Eater which came that day did not appear as the other monstrosities I have seen. From a distance it simply looked like a person. I wanted to be sure before I rang the warning bell, that I waited too long. Many who could have fled died because of my hesitation. How could a man of such faulty judgment ever serve you as mayor? What comfort can I offer those whose loved ones were needlessly slain? None. Not while the abomination itself yet roams free to kill again. You would take vengeance on our behalf? That is good, for we were powerless before its might. Should the Eater show its cursed face again, then I pray you are as strong as you appear. I know nothing of the roads you have walked or the battles you have fought, so I can but echo what Luke has said. Our prayers will be for your victory. Well, sir, if you've heard Knight's words, talk of vengeance aside, I do not believe the villagers, either living or dead, hold you responsible for the actions of that monster. And yet I cannot fault you for wanting to remain distant. Pray forgive me for pestering you so. Nay, 'tis I who should beg forgiveness, though you've lost as much as anyone. I left you to shoulder the burden of leadership alone. All will be well with you back among us again. Come, let us return to the village. As I've said, it's unsafe to linger out here for long. Knight, one last escort back to Right, if you would. My thanks for your protection, not to mention your unfailing patience. It's my hope that now Luke has unburdened his mind to us, his heart will be that tiniest bit lighter. I, for one, feel ready to face another day. After all, I have my friends and neighbors here to help me face it. There was one last thing I wanted to show both you and Luke. It has to do with Wright's traditional industry, if you were interested in taking a look. Oh good, I was worried you'd had enough of me. I kinda have. My last errand for you, then, will be to have a word with Luke and bring him to the barley fields at the front of the village. I'll be there tending to the crops until you arrive. Knight, I am grateful for your understanding and the flowers you brought. My wife would have very much approved of the selection. Now, was there something you wish to discuss with me? And Euless wants me there as well, does she? We had best head over to the fields then. This is what I wanted to show you, this barley crop right here. This was your father's plot, wasn't it? And you've been tending to it in his absence? Every single day, I wanted to see his plans come true. His plans? Yes, he dreamed of restoring things to how the history books said they once were, before the flood ruined everything. Our village has long been known as a place of artisans. Even the name Wright is a nod to all the craftsmen that once made their home here. In years gone by, it has set a line of talus which stretched down the road, arms bearing lumber, and the shipyard would echo with the calls of shipwrights hard at work. When the day was done, they would gather here to share an ale in the village. My father, he'd hoped to brew that traditional Wright ale with the barley from his crop, to one day tap a barrel with his family and dear friends and raise a toast. To the future. Luke, Knight, will you raise a mug with me when that day comes? Of course I will. But my dear girl, the land here does not nourish the crops as it once did. I fear it will be some time ere you'll have barley fit for the ale you have in mind. In the meantime, will you help me with the rest of Clifftall's plans? The rest? He wanted things the way they once were, did he not? Then we must first recover from the tragedy which was visited upon us. There is no simple solution, but I mean to do what I can to lead our community out of this mire of pain and grief. Assuming you are still willing to have me as mayor. Yes, of course, sir. Thank you. I was sent to live out the rest of my life in denial, but you and Euless have opened the eyes of this old fool to what needs to be done. And for that, you have my thanks. Now, I best get to work. I have folk to talk to and plans to make. When you're finished, Euless, I should appreciate your assistance. Well, Knight, I think this is where we finally part ways. Thank you again for all you have done for us. The people of Right will go on even under the weight of our sorrow. It might not happen this day or the next, but together we'll find ways to make things better, to recapture the prosperity this village once had. I look forward to when you next visit. With any luck, I'll be waiting to put a frothy mug of Right brewed ale in your hand. Yay, that is done. Main story time. Back. Had to go to the potty. Alright, main story. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed a peddler who made pearls from aplomb, and now we've a place for a painter of aplomb. So come along and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show. I can paint portraits at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. For proof of your prowess, any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Home. Flecks of paint, both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on, well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant, she whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with her or not at all. Parasite, then. We shall leave her fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And have filling our latest vacant space, we retire to Olmar's sweet embrace. Oh, mercy me, the meow. We almost took our leave without leaving a leveling token. We must empty the sacks here when we make our way back. Huh?
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days. Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificent. No, not even a single tear. Moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents, you know, to make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Choya's Hall. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folk off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gate Town, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. However you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, by all means, take your time. But why waste another moment? Go, enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being. One, ether, right. Okay, there's that one. Oh yeah, I can't use a mount here. That sucks. So that's the southeast derelict. Nightsaw. Alright. The Glory Gate? First door on the left. Welcome to Ulmore, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I am Alpha Note, an artist, and this is Knight, my assistant. Yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Ulmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Bothry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see, and might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually, Shinoz and Duli Cha, a mystical couple whom the most refer to as the Chais. They're both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order. These are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Ulmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. What have we here? Alpha Note artist, Knight artist's assistants to be employed in the service of Lord Chai Nuz and Lady Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best that we deliver you to the Chai residence before... Oh dear. You smell hideous. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the Dollary next door and scrub yourself clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume, liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Kareen, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. I hadn't realized we were so aromatic. She's just... wow. I don't know what to say to that. You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. Oh, wow. Okay, perfume. You apply the perfume as directed and the delicate scent of roses fills the air. Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? Is it not? That is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? Alize would have been drying her hair by now. Wouldn't she just? Very well, I shall endeavor to emulate her boldness then. Courage, Elfinode. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then? You're looking to present yourself to the Chaz, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above is the understory, where the military has its headquarters, and above that you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Vemore spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs. Then look for the Grand Dame's parlor. They'll be in there like as not. Okay, more climbing. Oh. Okay. How do I get there? No! Oh, God. Darn it. I'm not very good with balance. Anyway, I'll figure all that out later. That'll just be one of those achievements I work on the side. Alright, so goes to go upstairs. Okay, so how do I get this aetheryte? VY, are you still there? How do I get this one? Is it, like, further in the storyline that they give me access to this? She is one plump little kitty cat.
Oh, who's this then?
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis she who best understands my work. With her unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than her being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city she has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for her priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on her behalf.
Oh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have her wish. She shall be free to roam to her heart's content.
So glad she asked her husband's permission, or at least get his input.
Isn't that right, darling?
Damn. She's so sweet to everybody else, but to him.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
He's smart, don't argue. Free to sightsee, okay. We're getting closer. Free to sightsee. Alphino would send you into the city to explore. Now you have the opportunity to explore Ulmore. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, mayhap. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Well, okay then. The Boutique of Splendors is always on the lookout for new artisans eager to share their talents with the world. Should you happen to know such individuals, I pray you direct them to us. Level 70 and above. Oh, I hid that. You are the esteemed Night Moon, yes? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Moen, founder and chairman of the Boutique of Splendors. Master Alphino has spoken quite highly of you and your unparalleled artistic abilities. Quite highly indeed. Forgive me my boldness, but I should be most honored if you were to register with us as a provider of collectibles. As compensation, we can offer you a wide variety of goods that I am confident will meet your approval. Not direct compensation, to be clear. We have adopted a system rather than similar to one which you are doubtless familiar, which I only recently learned of from Master Alphino. For every delivery, you'll receive payment in the form of scripts. This exclusive currency is redeemable only with the Boutique of Splendors. Limiting perhaps, but you will find that the equipment and materials we have on offer more than make up for any inconvenience. The woman who first conceived this approach was brilliant, wouldn't you agree? A true visionary who managed to bring together people from all walks of life and reshape the world with her boundless compassion and generosity. Oh, and I should mention that a negligible portion of the value of all collectibles processed will be withheld to account for overhead and other assorted operating expenses. Doubtless I need not explain the necessity of this. Okay. Really? Okay. Dark Knight. Oh, hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big, strong lad, long hair tied back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I dropped my handkerchief, and now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if he could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. Materia vendor. Summoning bell. Luxury trader. Gemstone trader. Well, you're lucky I came along. Wicked White, that was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough. You must think highly of your mistress. She is my entire world. Without her, I am nothing. When I first came to Ulmor, I thought only of improving my lot in life. There was so much more to the city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Kalusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. What, lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet, I must return to her immediately. My attendant told me everything. I am so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance. You seem a dedicated patron. You value him highly, then? Hey, GBP. As if he were a member of my own family, I could not live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bond in our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society, our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Ulmor, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes upon registration. All of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you. Of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. Ooh. And I hit 69 or 79? Cool. A taste of honey. The amiable maiden appears suddenly concerned. All this talk of relying on the bond, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the Beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista Bai usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Okay. Welcome to the Beehive, my little drone, seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering you see always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at your ease, eh? Quick game of high or low? Simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor, within reason, of course. Interested? No. Ready for a game of high or low? No. Ain't good at card games. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over and I flip 2 of mine. Higher or lower than mine? High. You're going with high then, right? Let's see what we've got. The cards add up to 8 and you have 9. And that. Total of 18. Well, okay then. Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I can concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win, then we'll talk about that favor. Another match of high or low? Come now, little honeybee. We all need our diversions. Let's play. Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over and I flip 2 of mine. Low. Okay. Well, would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Come whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell Otista what she can do for you. That's all? How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sun Eaters. They say Lord Vauntry was born with the power to command them, which means no Lamora need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of the Othran over there. There's not that merry sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. Well, that's new to Elmore, you say? Only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. Tell you what, you hop on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh yeah, dance. Did I get that right? I thought I was on the right spot. Dance on the mark on the stage. That's what I'm doing. Is it gonna be picky? There we go. I was like, what the heck? That's the way. It's like there's no tomorrow. How dumb. Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah, yeah, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. You know, more an army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sun Eaters. Things changed for us, though, around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see, turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they become something of an ally to Ulmar, no longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. A toast to Lord Bothry. You've gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Chais and Alphanode will be expecting your return. Okay. Airship fitting materials. Okay. Oh, you returned from your jaunt around the city so soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Alphino has yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, I'm told, or good artist, apparently. Ah, finally. I put together an ensemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me. The last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy, however am I to decide? I don't recall this part of the artistic process. Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... Well, that is to say, as long as you... Just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know he'll be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling, so shall we pick out some jewelry next? A blessed instrument. Alphina draws you close with a whisper. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting, but this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue our explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Well, it would be nice if I could use this either, right? How do I get down here? Oh, down there. You're one of the bonded, aren't you, like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's not getting any better. If my patron thinks I've no use to him, then I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thoric. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Okay. Hey, you need medicines, tonics, potions? A cure for an alien voice, is it? No, no medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder, or simply silence her chirps? Oh, your face, you didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Well, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest, gone. Town of nightmares it is. Not for this ship's rat. Oh, no, no. I'm content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict and I have my meal. Good day. Wow. Did you get my medicine? So that's it. What am I to do if I can't sing? Oh, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said... So you've been suffering all this time? I am sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave, but you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street. You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. I shall have a word with Lord Vothry and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it a step too far? No, you would do that for me? Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. Ascension? Ah, you must be new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Vothry that we learn this truth. It is through Lord Vothry's grace that the free people of Ilmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Vothry truly is a great man, isn't he? Now, if you will excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. Ascension means to die, I guess? That's bullshit. Take that line of thinking and shove it up your tushies. This world's messed up. Oh, so bad. Let's see. Oh, yeah. No etherite. Yeah, that's right. I gotta keep climbing. Tis good to see you back. You were taking so long and began to worry something had happened. Okay. I've begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the shy appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? The Lord Vothry boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. So many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? Emergent Splendor. Often it seems eager to discuss the significance of your discoveries. I take my eye off of you for one moment and you're chattering away like with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? What in the blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alphino. Where's your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of influence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous union, it seemed to me that a realistic portrait... Realistic? I don't want realism. I want perfection. Spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas in. Nah, I'm not gonna scream. I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose set to ruin our fair city. But our Lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A malcontent, how dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing? That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Bothru resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. Colonel Lift will take you up there. You better not dawdle then. Okay, which way am I going? This way? Joining the crowd up there. Yep, let's go.
That's him. That's Vorthri.
All we now need is the bowling pins and roll them.
He is attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vorthri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Euro is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that! What then is a man of mercy to do, but offer the sinner another way to show his contrition?
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin Eaters are part of Yulmor's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
'Tis true that Kaishir won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out, I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
Wow, she actually had an expression.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Damn, Alpha Node, that's awesome. Wow, you got some... You grew a pair, dude.
I think so.
He just realized he'd been insulted.
Insult me?
He just realized it.
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
What is wrong with these people? Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again, though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Ulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Colesia. I will accompany you back to Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risk inherent in your accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me, and now Lord Bothry wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I am certain we can find work for you there if you are willing. No, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking, learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Omorians may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry, and you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alphanode. Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphanode. Now I have had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you've begun. I will speak with Lord Vothri and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I'm sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Hey, Grumpy. Pray press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garment you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. Wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. I like her. She's a nice lady. Okay, where are we going? This way. Well, now we got Alphanode back. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side, though this whole sordid endeavor, while not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vothri and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. Okay. All right. It's good to be back amongst friends, not to mention my dear sister. I've not seen her for some time, but I gather she is as keen to press on with her plans as I am. And you've seen quite a lot of the First yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done. The Light Wardens. The Crystal Exarch welcomes you back to the Crystarium.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmul might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Are you sure that eliminating the Wardens will be enough?
Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then. In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed. At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrand, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Okay. Hallminster Switch is the north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads, northwest of Ascensor Gate, and I shall lead you there myself. Okay then. Where am I going anyway? My first dungeon for Shadowbringers. To the west, to the west, to the west. All set. If we follow this road north, we will arrive at northern staging point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. Gotta pick this up. Dun 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 dun. Oh. To the northwest. Alright. Got that one. Way that way. Okay. I ain't worried about that. Hey, welcome back. About to fight me a light warden, I guess. Holmster Switch is past these gates and through the woods. 'Tis not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike any we have seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villagers, but as many as half remain. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that a light warden leads the attack. How convenient it seems we'll have our chance to slay a warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? They hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile ether will billow outwards and envelope the nearest living being, a reckless young swordswoman perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Well, you can leave that particular quandary to us. I must ask that the guards stand down and allow us to engage this leader of eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well. Then our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Leviers, Captain Lena, and last but not least, formidable group indeed. Into Holmister we go. Once we reach the light warden, do not hold back. We strike to kill. Light warden time. Let's do it. Wait, the instant dungeons encountered in subsequent main scenario quests can be completed solo alongside a supporting party of NPCs. To make use of this feature, simply speak with one of your NPC companions near the entrance to the instance and select the option from a party. I don't know what that means. Who do I want? Oh, I guess I just pick? Academian, Red Mage, Guard Captain, which she's a dancer, I knew that. And he is, whatever, okay. What do you mean canceled? I didn't cancel it. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. That's different. Do they level up with me, or do they just level up automatically? You want your daddy? Maybe I should have brought the X-Heart, but... No, don't die, Alize. Alpha, no. No. No, but you can get gone. Stupid bots. Hey Derbs, how's it going? Finally in Shadowbringers. How you doing? Trying to get used to this new trust system. It's different. How's your day going? Not me, because I gotta work until Mondays. See, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays are my days off, and then I work the weekends. So unless I'm sick and dying in a hospital, I don't get the weekends off. Yeah. But you know, when it comes to delivering packages and mail, I actually prefer it because I don't have to deal with businesses at least 2 days a week. Because there's nothing worse than delivering to a school. Because I don't know what the hell is with these teachers ordering like a shit ton of stuff. And it's always heavy too. And I'm like, stupids. Ugh. And then they have the audacity to apologize. I'm like, well then don't order it. You know? I mean, we gotta deliver it, but don't apologize. It's so ridiculous. It's like, I'm apologizing for making you break your back for, you know, delivering like 60 pounds worth of books. And I'm like, oh my God. Hey, isn't this the same Light Warden that turned that one girl into a Sin Eater? Oh, crap. At least it gave me time to move. Oh, the level skippers? What you mean? Oh, the people that don't know how to move out of stuff? Or know their mitigations from their hole in the ass or something? You know, step out of stuff. Mitigations. Oh. Beefed up. This is beefed up? Stone Vigil's still harder than this. I don't know, maybe it's because I've actually spent the time to level everything. I don't know. I mean, there is a lot going on this floor. Yeah, it's called Follow the Leader. They're moving, I go where they go. You know, Alize, please don't die. I didn't know if I should go with the Exart or Alpha Node. I didn't really know who to pick. I don't know these NPCs. I don't know if I like the Captain. I don't know if I like the Exart. I don't know anything about them. I know that the Dancer's supposed to be a support class if she's actually using her abilities for everybody. No, this is not just another dungeon. Wait, are they actually pulling wall to wall in here? Now, granted, I am pulling slow because these are trust fund babies. And I'm not going to trust them to save my life. But I don't know about pulling this whole group. I don't know. How much can they pull in here? Hey, Mommy Chaos, how's it going? Sorry. Didn't mean to ignore you there. How's your stuff going? I don't know, this dungeon doesn't seem that bad. But then again, I'm actually pretty well geared too, because I got all this. Being undergeared would be bad. I still have so many questions, like, there's so much I don't understand, so I guess I'll figure it out. Why are they standing behind me? Shouldn't they be behind this stuff and not take damage with the tank? Oh god, NPCs are so stupid. Yeah, Dancer, you need to be on the other side. Seriously, this is stupid. Captain, I'm not impressed. I think I've made decent progress today. And then I gotta go back to work tomorrow. Yay. I guess I could focus on leveling for the next 4 days. Sometimes I push the wrong button. You guys are moving. Why are you moving? What am I supposed to do? Oh, this is Tessaline. Oh. I just realized that. If you hadn't called that out, I wouldn't have realized I was fighting her. Oh, man. Do I just stand apart right here? I guess I'll eventually understand what that means. You know what? You guys can go stand together. Alice, get out of that! I don't know if I like going with Alice. She's yeah. Yeah, I don't know how people are struggling with that fight. Oh, okay, so just spread out. Okay. Oh, man. You mean they turned that quick? So many dead people. Oh, so they just gradually awaken as I defeat each pack? I guess we're almost at the final boss. What you got? Your little flaggy? So if we kill a White Warden, is it gonna piss off the people in Ulmore?
Protect me!
What you got? Yeah, I'll change you in a sec. Let me finish this dungeon. I'll get you changed. And her name was once Philia. I don't know what to do with that. Oh, they gotta break the person out. Okay. What? Don't grab my hand now, please.
You underestimate me.
Hold on, I'll get you a bottle here in a sec, I promise. Let me finish this fight.
Leave the healing to me.
Hold on. Stop! No, don't.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater.
Alright, give me a minute. Let me kill the boss. Come on, do your job and heal me. Come on. Okay. Hold on. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Oh, did I just hit level 80? I did. Well, okay then.
It's releasing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you. Behold! The monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
sky.
It can't be.
What's happening?
It's so beautiful.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky. As it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
Yeah, but you wasn't expecting that.
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will.
Oh, now you finally offer me an apology. Goddamn time.
I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed. But for the present, I beg you, stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the wardens and restore darkness to the first.
You know what? I'm gonna go with the second choice. It sounds like a glorious adventure. Let's have fun.
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Exarch, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
That was beautiful. Okay. Next. Work on the next one. How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. Single victory in a large struggle, perhaps, but a momentous one nonetheless. Warrior of Darkness. The Exarch is looking ahead to the immediate future. Now, as far as for how we proceed from here, the villagers we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about wounds or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the Warrior of Darkness has come. 'Tis to be expected. Knight, I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? Seeing the light received from Lakeland is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as the legendary Warrior of Darkness, I fear that no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Ilmore. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how Vothri responds to all of this. My thanks. Though we cannot freely celebrate your success, pray allow your heart to be buoyed by the joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. And I must ask the same discretion of you, Captain. 'Tis my intention to share with our people the tale of a great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sun Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated the Light Warden and has since departed for parts unknown, yes? As you wish, my lord. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day about all of you. With that settled, I shall return to the Crystarium and make an address to the people. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits, and to think you'll not even need to shutter the windows to enjoy a dark and peaceful night's sleep. I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask you to pass on a message on your way to the Pendants? Please let Bragi know that we're bringing in a number of injured and that any restoratives in the markets need to be reserved for the infirmary. We should start making our own way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. It wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. I'm staying behind as well. There's something I need to check on in Holminster. We already went through the village top to bottom, Alizé. We should all take the chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters, and I can't rest not now. So please, I wish to be left alone for a while, and that means you as well, Knight. I shall be cross if you try to follow me. I promise to find you later when I feel myself again. Huh, just you and me then, shall we? Where am I supposed to go? Well, the Crystarian seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there's something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I shall take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Braggy, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well, knight. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alizé both. Aye, what can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern, like every other stumbling soul in the city? I see. Well, Captain Lena can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. If you're carrying messages for the guard, does that mean you were there then? The Battle of Holmester? Stalwart lass like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs. Make herself known. I'm sure Gilnar can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. Sell more beer for table 2 and a couple of pints of mead for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we're rushed off our feet this evening, miss. Can I get you anything? Drinks are on the house. Wow, free drinks. Oh, that Braggy has a twisted sense of humor. God, to think he'd send you to me at a time like this. First real night in near 100 years has folk all riled up and then some. What's more, there was that eater business at Holminster Switch. They say a light warden was destroyed without a damn trace. It was the Warrior of Darkness who did the deed. I really must apologize for Gilnard. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warrior's appearance was the spark to their kindling. You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Aye, they swarm like angry bees around a queen. You need to look no further than Holminster for proof of that, but attacks on that scale don't happen every day. Praise the blessed shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and again an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is a foul. They're a danger to everyone, so the Settlement Council puts bounties on their heads, and our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the Warden slaying even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters that have been dubbed the cardinal virtues. The virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, and when historians heard the descriptions given by survivors, well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as light wardens, not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our virtue hunters had all but given up, but knowing the Warrior of Darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. That Hume over there with the oversized sword is grandson. He's in it for revenge, wants to recruit a comrade in arms as tenacious as he. The Mistle lad is Lurik. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. He just lost a partner, seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Sarek. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. Last we have Gia, dwarf and drunkard both, want to join forces with a healer and only a healer. Something about needing a mender's wisdom. I've seen my share of competent veterans, and you have that look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of our hunters. Who knows, together you might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue. I think I'm going to hold off on these. I think I know what they are, and I'm going to hold off until I got all the zones unlocked, because I want to just do them all at once. I don't know, one of those things. Kind of like my professions. I wait until the end of the zones are unlocked. Now there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we boasted the patron of a successful virtue hunter. My husband just did these. He said he couldn't fight the last boss on the main storyline until he finished one of them. But yeah, I'll wait until I've unlocked all the zones. Okay, so I won't do those yet. I don't even have flying. Welcome back, miss. I wonder if anyone could sleep with the city in such an uproar, but will you be returning to your quarters? Oh yeah. Let's go see the night sky. Very good. Enlighten the present situation. I have illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, miss.
So it's your lot's turn to be the Warriors of Darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
I could say these are my private quarters, but I'll excuse it. Been watching, have you?
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang. And I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
So this is what the light was hiding.
She's here. I must go to her.
Intruders! Stand out and find them!
Woo, it's Instinian!
Out of my way!
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Damn, that girl's death was
Much
like...
as yours once was. But even without it,
Estinian
I
had
see a
the
form
lance
of
right at
Gator
that girl's
still
throat,
has
man.
eyes and ears in unexpected places.
You think your dad will be fine, huh?
Van Baelsar in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadow Hunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
I love
Through
Estinian.
no choice of my own, they tracked me down and conscripted
I
me
love
to their
Estinian,
cause.
man. He just shrugs his shoulders like... Because Van Balzar's like, I take it you're in touch with the Scions, and he just shrugs. He's like, through no choice of my own, they tracked me down and conscripted me.
I swear that receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldassian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
Baldassian woman. Oh, is he talking about Cryle?
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
Ha! From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
You know, some people might not dig the white hair, but I like the white hair. It's cool. All right. An unwelcome guest. The manager of suites is wearing a grave expression. Begging your pardons, miss, but do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I would strongly advise you not to stray too far from the Crystarium. Word has it, Ilmore has dispatched its military to Lakeland. Given the timing, we can only assume they do not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the Ocular, deliberating a response.
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands. Laxon Loft, here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
My lord, I am come with the Yulmoran emissary. May I show him in?
A moment, Captain, if you would. Everyone, gather round. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish. Enter. Well, well. The commander of the Yulmoran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmore's interest in this?
His benevolence, Lord Vorthry, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater. Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
Oh, bite me. Tell your lord to go shove it. He's... yeah, no.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution.
Damn. Go, Exarch.
Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 Sin-Eaters changes nothing. The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmore's mercy, promptly. One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
I fear he did. The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmore's army since before Vorthry's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin-Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Yulmore chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
'Tis noble of you to say, Master Alphinaud, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmore has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Laxan Loft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia. It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmor before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Wait, I'm sorry, generations of Minfilias?
Ah, of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it. I think it best that you seek out Moren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He'll be able to enlighten you. Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right. Though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
Up above, yeah. Yes, if you're after books pertaining to the Warrior of Darkness, I'm afraid most are out on loan at present. They are experiencing quite a surge in popularity. Oh, you wish to learn about the Oracle Light? Then it would be my pleasure to assist. After I've finished off some few outstanding tasks, that is. I'll attend to them. Perhaps you could fetch me a book. The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light, it's called. Though it's intended for younger readers, it provides an excellent summary of the subject matter, and the artwork is quite lovely besides. Would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone with an interest in learning about Minfilia. But you must see for yourself. The book should be located on the level below. I'm gonna go ahead and call it for the night. I need to do some leveling anyway. I go back to work tomorrow until Monday, so I'll spend the next like 3 or 4 days leveling and stuff like that, and hopefully squeeze in some quests too. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and raid out. Who is... I know who I want to raid to. I appreciate everybody hanging out tonight. I made a lot of progress. 1 Light Warden down. Maybe to go. I need to see more Estinian.